Chapter 12:22. This dragon breath was extremely sharp. Before it even hit, Wu Yihai felt like his face was being pricked by needles. He was shocked he could not dodge in time. Clang. With a metallic sound, a small golden shield appeared in front of Wu Yihai at the moment of life and death. The sword-light dragon breath landed on the golden shield. In the blink of an eye, it broke the shield and continued to shoot towards Wu Yihai's face without losing any momentum. But Wu Yihai had the golden shield to block it. He managed to gain some precious time to live. He was indeed a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal in Eastern Sea. He shouted and used a transformation path killer move. Light flashed, Wu Yihai vanished on the spot, replaced by a giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's 4 limbs and tail were tightly shrunk into its shell. The sword-light dragon breath landed on the giant tortoise's shell, creating a long mark. Such a powerful dragon breath. The horned divine tortoise I transformed into is an ancient desolate beast. It has a tough shell. It is among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Wu Yihai was deeply shocked. It seems that the enemy this time is far stronger than all the previous ambushes. Now, it is up to Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng. Wu Yihai was a transformation path Gu Immortal, but the horned divine tortoise he transformed into was huge and had good speed in the sea. On land it was many times slower. His battle strength also fell by many times. Wu Yihai could only use the tough defense of the horned divine tortoise. High defense and weak offense. Even though Wu Yihai survived, he lost his initiative in the battlefield. He naturally had other methods to transform into other forms. But don't forget, transformation path Gu Immortals had a huge weakness. That was, they could not transform at will. There had to be a certain interval between the transformations. After all, Gu Immortals had to get rid of the temporary Dao marks on their bodies before they could transform again. Feng Yuan had sovereign immortal fetus Gu. That was a special case. Qi Zai had once mistakenly thought that he had obtained reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance and could transform at will. Thus, when Wu Yihai transformed into a horned divine tortoise, he survived. But in the short term, he could not counterattack. But Wu Yihai did not panic. Because he knew that there were 2 rank 7 Gu Immortal experts beside him. One was Uncle Zhang. The other was Brother Leng. Even though Wu Yihai did not know their names, he knew that they were sent by his mother to escort him to southern border. Along the way, these 2 Gu Immortals had displayed great battle strength. He was very reliable, helping Wu Yihai to repel several ambushes. Wu Yihai placed his hopes on Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng, but Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood. He couldn't help but vomit blood. Because his golden shield was broken by the dragon breath of the sword light. This was Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move. After it was broken, Uncle Zhang inevitably suffered a backlash and immediately vomited a large amount of blood. Like Wu Yihai, Uncle Zhang was also very shocked. In this miasma regional wall, any immortal killer move would be weakened by the miasma. The dragon's breath pierced through the miasma and broke my golden shield. It even left a mark on the horned divine tortoise's shell. Just how strong is the dragon breath itself? Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood while Brother Leng pounced on him. The 2 of them worked very well together. This young Gu Immortal with the surname Leng knew that Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move had not been broken. He needed to rest. He charged forward ferociously, his momentum overbearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a lightning flash giant wolf. The lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Its fur was blue in color. The tip of the fur had turned into a special blue crystal. It emitted a faint light of lightning. Once the lightning flash giant wolf appeared, it illuminated the dark purple miasma. It followed the path created by the dragon breath and charged forward. 4 claws dug into the ground. The mighty wolf body's muscles expanded, giving the Gu Immortal with the surname Leng great speed. At the same time, countless lightning snakes appeared on the lightning flash giant wolf's body. The lightning snakes condensed into one, passing through the lightning flash giant wolf's head and flying forward. This was the Gu Immortal with the surname Leng's immortal killer move. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang's heart calmed down. After a few breaths of time, he suppressed his injuries as his body shined with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden saber-toothed tiger. His body was twice the size of the lightning flash giant wolf. It turned out that he was also a transformation path Gu Immortal. This was naturally Wu Du Xiu's arrangement, because the 5 regions' regional walls had special environments. To pass through regional walls, all paths were equal. But if they fought inside, transformation path Gu Immortals usually had the advantage. Inside the regional wall, every time a Gu Immortal used an immortal killer move, their immortal aperture would shake. They would hurt themselves before hurting the enemy. But if the Gu Immortal transformed into a beast and fought with their body, they could avoid this disadvantage. They could fight for a longer period of time. Gu Immortal Uncle Zhang looked behind him. He knew about the horned divine tortoise's defense. After instructing Wu Hai, he followed the lightning flash giant wolf's path and charged forward. Soon, Uncle Zhang saw that the lightning flash giant wolf was running back. Behind the lightning flash giant wolf, sword light dragon breath shot out, and within the dense dark purple miasma, dragon beast roars could be heard. What's going on? Uncle Zhang was shocked. He knew that the Gu Immortal with the surname Lung was a strong fighter. He would not escape for no reason. But now, he had to have a reason. Stop fighting, retreat. The Gu Immortal with the surname Lung saw the golden tiger and spoke. Uncle Zhang was even more shocked. Why did the Gu Immortal with the surname Lung want to avoid fighting? He was about to ask when he finally saw the culprit that attacked them. A sword dragon pierced through the dark purple miasma, appearing in his vision. Silver-white dragon scales were densely packed. Its dragon eyes were pale white, its dragon horns were pointed at the sky, its 4 dragon claws were terrifying, its dragon teeth were shining with cold light. Moreover, its body was brimming with immortal Gu aura. Is this a wild ancient sword dragon? Uncle Zhang stared with wide eyes. He could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. At that instant he finally understood why the Gu Immortal with the surname Lung, who did not even frown, would retreat so abnormally. Because he encountered a wild ancient sword dragon, and this sword dragon did not come from the 5 regions. It lived in either White Heaven or Black Heaven. Why did Uncle Zhang make such a judgment? Because this ancient sword dragon could move freely in the miasma regional wall. Its movements were smooth and unaffected by any pulling or repulsive force. For Gu Immortals, there was a difference in regions. Thus, if they entered the regional wall, they would be greatly affected. Only life forms that grew up in the ancient White Heaven or Black Heaven could move freely in the 5 regional walls. Uncle Zhang did not hesitate. He turned around and ran. Not being affected by the regional wall was a huge advantage. Gu Immortals could only display 50 to 60% of their strength inside the regional wall. Even in the outside world, Uncle Zhang did not have the confidence to face an ancient sword dragon with a wild immortal Gu alone. Not to mention now, they were in a special environment like the regional wall. Why are we so unlucky? What a coincidence! We actually encountered a wild ancient sword dragon roaming inside the regional wall. I think this ancient sword dragon might have been lured here by some Gu Immortal to stop us. While escaping, Uncle Zhang and the Gu Immortal with the surname Lung conversed. Soon, they met up with Wu Yihai, who had turned into a horned divine tortoise. Wu Yihai also knew of the situation. He quickly transmitted, "Try not to fight with this ancient sword dragon. It might have been lured here by someone to make us fight it and expend our immortal essence and battle strength." Then what should we do? Retreat, stay away from the ancient sword dragon. Try not to anger it, but we need to display our strength. Wild beasts do not have enough intelligence, but when they know that this prey is too threatening, they will give up. The 3 Gu Immortals quickly discussed their plan. They defended more than attacked. The ancient sword dragon followed behind them and continued to spit out sword-like dragon breath. The 3 Gu Immortals retreated slowly. They were beaten up by the sword-like dragon breath. They could not even raise their heads. What do we do? This ancient sword dragon seems to be targeting us. Maybe I used a lightning path killer move earlier and angered it. I have an immortal killer move that can get rid of this beast's anger. But I need to change the killer move. The 3 immortals discussed and decided that Gu Immortal Lung and Uncle Zhang would defend. while Wu Yihai would transform to appease the ancient sword dragon's anger. Wu Yihai carefully turned into his human form. He hid behind the other two immortals and used a method to get rid of the Dao marks on his body, preparing for the next transformation. The ancient sword dragon was a wild beast after all. It had low intelligence, it only attacked the giant wolf and the golden tiger. Uncle Zhang and the Gu Immortal Leng thus had to endure the ancient sword dragon's fierce attacks. They were having a hard time defending. They were already injured, but to chase this ancient sword dragon away, they did not use any offensive immortal killer moves to prevent the situation from worsening and falling into someone else's trap. It's about time. My immortal killer move is Wu Yihai's joyful tone turned into a shocked gasp. Because he saw that the golden tiger that Uncle Zhang had turned into had its head pierced by an immortal killer move, dying on the spot. Sword path killer move, dark assassination. Everything happened so suddenly, there were no signs at all. Then, in an instant, the ancient sword serpent burst forth with a shocking speed. Like a silver lightning bolt, it left behind a dazzling shadow in the eyes of the three immortals before disappearing on the spot. Gu Immortal Leng was extremely shocked. We were tricked. Oh no! He turned around and saw that Wu Yihai's head was smashed into pieces, as well as white brain matter. His headless corpse was grabbed by the ancient sword dragon and stuffed into its immortal aperture. Chapter 12:23. Seeing this, the pitiful Gu Immortal Leng's eyes almost popped out. How can this be? This ancient sword dragon has an immortal aperture. It is not wild, it is transformed by a Gu Immortal. This cannot be. Since he is a transformation path Gu Immortal, how can he not be affected by the regional wall? The Gu Immortal Leng screamed in his mind. This defied the common sense of the cultivation world. How could this happen? The ancient sword dragon roared as it turned around to attack. The lightning flash giant wolf's eyes were bleeding. Wu Yihai was dead. Everything he had done was for naught. The Gu Immortal Leng resisted with all his might. He was trying to preserve his life. The ancient sword dragon craftily dodged all his immortal killer moves. It surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and continued to spit dragon breath. The lightning flash giant wolf struggled in the regional wall. It was like a staggering old man. But the ancient sword dragon was not affected. It moved smoothly, it could advance and retreat freely, it had the initiative. The lightning flash giant wolf could only take hits most of the time. Even when it used immortal killer moves to retaliate, the ancient sword dragon easily dodged them. A moment later, the ancient sword dragon found a flaw and spat dragon breath at the lightning flash giant wolf's stomach. The lightning flash giant wolf's defense collapsed. Its stomach was pierced, its intestines and blood flowed out of the huge wound. The ancient sword dragon chased after it. The lightning flash giant wolf blocked left and right, but it could not resist the ancient sword dragon's might. It fell to the ground with countless holes. Turning back into human form, blood was everywhere. It died at the hands of the ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon quickly cleaned up the battlefield. It was very familiar. It was like it had been through countless battles. Soon, it placed the corpses of Uncle Zhang and the Gu Immortal Leng into the immortal aperture. It destroyed the battlefield and left. The ancient sword dragon did not turn around and return to southern border. It went east, passing through the Miasma regional wall. It passed through the Blue Water regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless ordinary sea area and placed Wu Yihai's immortal aperture inside. After the blessed land was formed, the entrance opened. The ancient sword dragon used this chance to enter. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture was a vast ocean. There were 3 types of life forms inside: sea turtles, corals, and seagulls. Inside here, of course, there were desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. For example, there were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine turtles, a patch of ancient desolate plant silent coral, and 6 desolate beast white-blue feathered seagulls. Not long after, the land spirit appeared in front of the ancient sword dragon. It was a turtle-like land spirit, and the conditions it gave were quite difficult. The ancient sword WM could only retreat resentfully and temporarily leave this blessed land. After returning to the outside world and confirming that it was safe, The ancient sword serpent transformed back into its human form. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? So, from Lady White Rabbit, he learned a lot of real-time information about southern border. He learned about Wu Yihai. This was originally an internal conflict of the Wu clan, but as it concerned Wu Du Xiu, any small matter would become a huge matter. News of Wu Yihai's return route spread like wildfire. Fang Yuan immediately sensed that this was an extremely important opportunity. Clearly, Wu Yihai was the most suitable candidate for Fang Yuan to disguise and impersonate. Firstly, he was Wu Du Xiu's illegitimate son. He did not have life tablet Gu or soul lantern Gu. If he did, he would not be an illegitimate son, he would be the legitimate second young master. Thus, Fang Yuan killed him. The possibility of Wu clan finding out was very small. It was more likely that they could not find out. Secondly, Wu Du Xiu had been living in Eastern Sea, cultivating as a lone cultivator. He basically had no contact with Wu clan's Gu immortals. Most of Wu clan's Gu immortals did not even know what he looked like. Especially his tone of voice. His habits and other small details were also not known to others. Thus, if Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai, in the long run, the possibility of Fang Yuan being exposed would be close to zero. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture was not subdued yet, but Fang Yuan was not anxious. For the time being, he found a deserted island and rested on it. On one hand, he was waiting for blood asset Immortal Gu to recover completely. On the other hand, he was modifying an immortal killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Ever since blood asset Immortal Gu was damaged, it had been nurtured by Fang Yuan and was close to recovery. A few days later, Fang Yuan obtained a perfect blood asset Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan cultivated for a few more days, deducing Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Finally, he obtained what he wanted, a simplified version that used blood asset Immortal Gu as the core, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. The following matters were very smooth. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to enter Wu Yihai's immortal aperture. He pretended to get close to the land spirit and used Blood Light Spirit Suppression to suppress it. Finally, under the situation where the land spirit did not resist, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort before successfully annexing this blessed land, turning it into a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. This also caused his calamities and tribulations to rise by a large margin. After all, Wu Yihai was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He was on a completely different level from a rank 6. As for Wu Yihai's sea turtle land spirit, under Fang Yuan's intentional preservation, it did not dissipate. It entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture along with the blessed land. But it did not listen to Fang Yuan. It cried all day long. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of it, but when he found that it did not have any intention of harming the blessed land, he gave up on this idea. Maybe in the future, I can fulfill the conditions of its ownership. That way, I might be able to truly subdue this land spirit. After dealing with this matter, Fang Yuan immediately passed through the regional wall and returned to southern border. After entering southern border, he flew rapidly until he reached the center of southern border, turning the immortal apertures of that Gu immortal Lung and Uncle Zhang into blessed lands, before annexing them one by one. Oh, this way, I have already passed the first grand tribulation. Fang Yuan inspected and found that after annexing the blessed lands of 3 rank 7 transformation path Gu immortals, his cultivation level rose sharply. He had become a rank 7 Gu immortal who had passed the first grand tribulation. In rank 7 cultivation, there would be an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, if a Gu immortal survives 3 grand tribulations, they would become rank 8. But the power of the grand tribulations gets stronger each time. They can be amplified by tens or even hundreds of times. Southern Border's number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal, Old Treeman Bada, is stuck at the final grand tribulation. He does not dare to undergo it. His gains this time were truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Not only did he annex 3 rank 7 blessed lands, his cultivation level also rose by a huge amount. Even he himself was a little afraid of this cultivation speed. Even Fang Yuan sighed at his good luck. Luck Immortal Gu is indeed worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's vital Gu. But I wonder, if I raise it to rank 8, how would it compare to fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the top of his head, even though he did not have luck inspection Immortal Gu. What he did not know was that everything went smoothly for him. A large part of the reason was because Wuxia, who was far away, had used the immortal killer move burning soul-bursting luck. Especially when he fought with Wu Yihai and the other 2 Gu Immortals, the 3 Gu Immortals actually thought that Fang Yuan was a wild ancient sword dragon. On one hand, the ancient sword dragon was not restricted by the regional walls. The 3 Gu Immortals could not help but misunderstand. On the other hand, Fang Yuan also used Attitude Gu to disguise himself. The 3 Gu Immortals were rank 7, they fell for it without a trace. Thus, during the battle, Fang Yuan was very relaxed. The 3 Gu Immortals actually defended more than they attacked. They took the initiative to take a beating. Later, Wu Yihai bullied the ancient sword dragon's intelligence. He actually said that he was about to succeed and could transform into another form. Hearing this, the other 2 immortals relaxed a little. Fang Yuan grabbed this opportunity and directly used dark assassination that he had prepared for a long time to kill Gu Immortal Uncle Zhang. With lightning speed, he got rid of Wu Yihai in human form. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Immortal Lung was left. Fang Yuan immediately obtained victory. In this round, Fang Yuan obtained a huge harvest. The only flaw was that these 3 transformation path Gu Immortals' immortal apertures were shaken intensely. They lost countless resources. There was no helping it, they had already been ambushed many times in the regional walls. It was already amazing that they could fight their way here. Next, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to go to Wu clan. Instead, he searched Wu Yihai's soul and familiarized himself with his life. Of course, during this period, Fang Yuan was not cultivating in seclusion. He returned to Lady White Rabbit's place to gather information. Wu Yihai's disappearance had already spread throughout southern border. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Wu clan was also keeping quiet. All the forces were making guesses. Most people were inclined to believe that Wu Yihai was dead, but they did not know which force had succeeded. There were many forces that acted in the dark. Most of them were righteous path forces. This was a fact that everyone understood. These forces were not stupid enough to admit that they were the ones who killed Wu Yihai. Regarding this, there was a rumor that occupied the minds of Gu Immortals. That was, the person who had truly killed Wu Yihai was none other than Wu clan's rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wu Yong. There were many versions of this rumor, but in the end, Wu Yong wanted to monopolize Wu Du Xiu's inheritance, thus he did not hesitate to kill his half-brother. Undeniably, this was a heavy blow to Wu Yong. Demonic Path Gu Immortals did not care. Lone Immortals differed from person to person, while Righteous Path Gu Immortals cherished their reputation. Wu Yong, however, remained silent. He did not clarify anything in front of everyone. Interesting. Fang Yuan could feel the turbulent undercurrents from this. Who knew how many forces and Gu Immortals were working behind the scenes to create this new competition? Wu Du Xiu was about to fall. Wu Yong, who had always been protected by his mother, had rank 8 cultivation level, but he had to face his own suspicions. If I appear at this time, what will happen? Fang Yuan had just thought of this when he felt a chill. Chapter 12:24. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. He knew that now was not the time for the identity of Wu Yihai to appear. Firstly, he had not searched Wu Yihai's soul completely. He had not made sufficient preparations. Secondly, Wu Du Xiu was not dead yet. If Wu Du Xiu was not dead, Fang Yuan's identity of Wu Yihai could not appear. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Who knew what methods Wu Du Xiu had to determine if Wu Yihai was her biological son or not? Even though Wu Yihai would suffer a lot of losses. But Fang Yuan only needed the identity of Wu Yihai. This was his original goal. If his disguise failed because of his greed, he would lose this great opportunity. That would be the most unworthy thing. He would slap himself 10 times. Finally, the Righteous Path forces were all hidden dangers. Even Wu clan was one of them. There was no smoke without fire. Wu Yong indeed had the possibility and motive to deal with Wu Yihai. If Fang Yuan appeared early, he might be killed by Wu clan's forces. Speaking of which, this Wu Yihai's identity is quite troublesome. But thankfully, I am someone who has been reborn. I know some of the results of the 500 years of my previous life. It can help me make decisions. Like this, Feng Yuan continued to cultivate. He continued to search Wu Yihai's soul while paying attention to the outside information. Wu Duxiu's condition was deteriorating day by day. The whole of southern border was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in northern plains, the blood battle martial competition was still ongoing. Without Lu Guanyi, Chu Du's side was suppressed to the point of not being able to raise their heads. But soon, the situation changed. The 3 rank 7 lone immortals invited by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu won their battles consecutively, helping Chu Du's side reach a stalemate with the Righteous Path Alliance. Lu Clan's Gu immortal Lu Chang spread the word that Lu Guanyi should come out and fight, otherwise, he would be a coward. Not only did Lu Chang look for Feng Yuan, other forces like Yi Lui clan would not let Lu Guanyi off. Unfortunately, Lu Guanyi had vanished without a trace, as if he did not exist in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Let's not talk about how depressed these investigating forces were for now. Many Central Continent Gu immortals had worse fates. Defy. This underground organization created by Shadow Sect's Gu immortals had already been plotted against by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. With the 10 great ancient sects' help, they were completely uprooted, not a single one escaped. Besides that, there were also people on the Demon Judgment Board who were captured by the 10 great ancient sections. The Blood Path demonic immortals all died tragically. Some demonic path or lone immortals were taken in by the 10 great ancient sects as Gu immortals because their crimes were not serious. Half a month later, on a certain day, Wu Duxiu once again summoned Wu Yong and a few supreme elders of Wu clan. In the last moments of her life, Wu Duxiu's speech became clearer. She said, "I have 3 great regrets in my life. The first regret is that I wasn't able to eliminate the fierce gorge's 7 ghosts. I only destroyed their lair. The second regret is that I did not find enough dry clear qi to refine 8-faced prestige wind Gu. The third regret." Wu Duxiu paused for a moment. "I did not see my son Yihai. But then, I hated his father and killed him personally. But I should not have placed my anger and resentment on an innocent child. He was innocent. I wanted to make it up to him. But it was too late." The room was quiet, no one made a sound. Wu Duxiu sighed. She sat up alone. She was lying down with difficulty. Leaning against the bed, she waved her hand weakly at Wu Yong. Wu Yong knew what to do. He pulled open the curtains and took a few steps towards Wu Duxiu's bed, kneeling down respectfully on both knees. Wu Duxiu looked at her eldest son. After a long while, she laughed softly. "Young heir, you did well, you did not disappoint me." Wu Yong's body shook, he raised his head, his eyes were red, tears were dripping down. At this moment, he revealed his true emotions. This old woman was his birth mother after all. "I am assured in handing Wu clan to you." Wu Duxiu continued. "Mother." Wu Yong opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse, his face was covered in tears. Wu Duxiu continued. "Yihai, that child, did not make it in time, it was fate. Forget it. I will give these immortal Gu to you. You also cultivate Wind Path. I hope you can cherish them and make them shine." "Mother, I do not want your immortal Gu, I only want you to continue living." Wu Yong sobbed. "Silly child, who can survive? Even strong immortal venerables and demon venerables perish like superstars. Eternal life is just an idiot's fantasy." As she spoke, Wu Duxiu's immortal Gu flew out of her immortal aperture, landing on Wu Yong's body. The Wu clan's supreme elders on the other side of the curtains witnessed this silently. The handover went smoothly. The auras of the immortal Gu entered Wu Yong's body one after another. Wu Duxiu looked outside the window. Sunlight was shining brightly, shining in through the small window. In a daze, Wu Duxiu seemed to see a figure in the sunlight. That figure was not her father or mother. It was also not a man she loved in her life. It was herself. That young version of herself, that girl whose smile was as bright as the sun. "Wu Duxiu. Wu Duxiu. Ah." Wu Duxiu chuckled after muttering her name twice. Her body began to emit light, and countless white fluorescent lights flew out from her rotten and withered body. The specks of light were the dissipation of her flesh and soul. A moment later, the bed was empty. The once famous rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Du-xiu, the legendary person who had spread her influence in southern border for thousands of years, had completely vanished from the world at this moment. Not a corpse was left, not even a trace of her soul was left. First Supreme Elder. Outside the curtain, the Wu clan's Supreme Elders were wailing and wailing. Their cries filled this ownerless house. Immense sorrow was vented through their cries. Wu Yong cried silently. He knelt on the ground, his head was lowered, he was like a statue, not moving at all. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. He was no longer crying, his expression was determined. He stood up and turned around. Next, he looked through the curtains. He looked at the Wu clan's Supreme Elders who were lying on the ground in pain. They had no dignity at all. Everyone bear with the pain for now. Mother is gone. We still need to let the glory of Wu clan continue to shine in southern border. Wu Yong said plainly, but there was an unseen dignity in his tone. The Supreme Elders gradually stopped crying. Wu Yong opened the curtains and walked out slowly. The Supreme Elders had already stood up. They realized something. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and solemn. These Gu immortal elders bowed towards Wu Yong, saying in unison, "We pay respects to First Supreme Elder." The legend of a generation, Wu Du-xiu, had passed away, as her biological son, Wu Yong, who also had rank 8 cultivation level, became the new First Supreme Elder of Wu clan. After the news spread from Wu clan, it spread throughout the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world at lightning speed. Southern border was in turmoil. Wu Du-xiu was finally gone. Many Gu immortals and forces let out sighs of relief. Wu clan originally had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, but now, only one was left. Could it continue to be the leader of the righteous path? Wu clan seemed to be in control of a lot of cultivation resources. With Wu Du-xiu gone, only the mediocre and untalented Wu Yong was left. Could he lead Wu clan to maintain its glory? Not only were the Gu immortals outside of Wu clan having such thoughts, many of Wu clan's members were also suspicious of the new First Supreme Elder. There were also rumors that Wu Yong had set up an ambush and killed his half-brother, Wu Hai. At this moment, these rumors were spreading everywhere, like boiling water on the surface of a pond. Gurgling sounds could be heard everywhere. Azure Sun Mountain. Qiao clan's headquarters was located here. 2 Qiao clan Gu immortals stood at the peak of the mountain, looking in Wu clan's direction. The 2 immortals' eyes were filled with clouds. The mountain winds were blowing, causing their sleeves to flutter. Qiao clan's First Supreme Elder sighed. Wu Du-xiu is dead. Wu Yong has just become the new leader. Hee, this is our Qiao family's chance. Everyone thinks that our Qiao clan is Wu clan's lackey, but this is just our way of survival. With Wu clan in turmoil, it is a good chance for us to make a move. Compared to other clans, our marriage with Wu clan is perfectly justified. Wu Yong looks ordinary, but I feel that he is not so simple. Even if he lacks talent, he is still a rank 8 Gu immortal. The other Gu immortal said. She looked to be in her 20s, she wore a jade green dress that could not conceal her slim figure. Her skin was as delicate as snow, and her eyes, covered by thick eyelashes, seemed to be glistening with clear water. She was the pride of Qiao clan, a rising genius, the hope of the future, and also one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, Qiao Si Lu. Qiao clan's First Supreme Elder smiled. Lu Heir, this is the reason why I came to talk to you. We want to continue our marriage alliance with Wu clan. Qiao Si Lu's body shook. I understand, I am willing to contribute my strength to the clan. Very good, the clan did not nurture you for nothing. Qiao clan's First Supreme Elder was very pleased. But if I get married to Wu Yong, I might not be able to deal with him. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal now, he has authority in Wu clan. Qiao Si Lu hesitated. It's not a marriage alliance with him, the Qiao family's First Supreme Elder said with a smile. Then who else? Qiao Si Lu was confused. Wu Hai. Wu Hai? That's right, a few days ago, he came to find us. 7 days later. The Wu clan held a grand funeral on the Wind God Mountain. All sorts of righteous path forces, famous lone immortal experts, and even some demonic path Gu immortals were invited to attend the funeral. Under everyone's gazes, Wu Yong suddenly attacked. Left and right, capture this traitor of the clan. What? Su Tuo was shocked. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. Master, what are you doing? I am your most loyal and devoted servant. Su Tuo screamed with all his might. Hee hee. Wu Yong smiled coldly, pointing at Su Tuo as he scolded, What a loyal servant, Su Tuo. I trusted you so much, but you framed me and secretly leaked information about my brother's route, attracting countless villains to ambush me. It's a pity that my younger brother was killed by you cunning villains before I could even see him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed as he looked at the sky. Tears flowed down his face. Su Tuo looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. He still wanted to deny it, but Wu Yong threw out a huge amount of evidence. The evidence was irrefutable. Su Tuo could not deny it. He realized that Wu Yong knew his true identity long ago, but he did not expose it, waiting until today. Wu Yong used him to get rid of his brother Wu Yihai, obtaining all of his inheritance and becoming Wu clan's first supreme elder. He was going to destroy all the rumors against him today. And Su Tuo was a pawn that he sacrificed. Today, I will win everything. Wu Yong laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he pointed at Su Tuo and ordered, Bring him away. The representatives of the Fangjing path became restless. Even the demonic path and lone immortals had strange expressions. Wu Yong looked around and felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Qiao clan's first supreme elder said, I have something to congratulate Lord Wu Yong. Your brother Wu Yihai did not actually die. Not only did he not die, he even came here with the help of our Qiao clan. What? Chapter 12:25. Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Qiao clan's Gu immortals. At that moment, countless gazes were focused on him. Fang Yuan instantly became the focal point of the whole place. Seeing his appearance, some of the Wu clan's grand elders couldn't help but exclaim, How similar! Fang Yuan's appearance, no, Wu Yihai's appearance, was similar to his mother, Wu Duxiu. This was undeniably Fang Yuan's advantage. Wu Yong, on the other hand, was different. He took after his father. His brows and eyes were sloppy and honest. He was born with a kind of inconspicuous feeling. But Wu Yihai was different. He had a handsome face and a strong body. He stood tall like a spear piercing towards the sky. Even though he lived in Eastern Sea, his aura was close to Wu clan's Gu immortals. Especially his nose, it was wide and tall. At one glance, people would feel that he was extraordinary. He had a strong heart and could not be underestimated. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan could show it, especially in terms of aura. The real Wu Yihai did not have the aura of a Wu clan member. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Familiar Face. This was one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature methods. It appeared once again. The Gu immortals were all blinded. They could not sense anything fishy about Fang Yuan. In fact, even Wu clan's Gu immortals were seeing Wu Yihai for the first time. Needless to say, Fang Yuan's preparation and hard work had paid off. At first glance, Wu clan's Gu immortals had a good impression of him. Because Wu Yihai looked like Wu Duxiu. Wu Duxiu was not good-looking. She looked like a man, but if her appearance was on a man's body, he would definitely be a heroic hero. Wu Yihai was at least 70% similar. Wu Duxiu died. Wu clan was shaken. The clan's Gu immortals remembered Wu Duxiu's glory when she was alive. Oh people. When they obtained it, they would not treasure it, but once they lost it, they would treasure it and value it greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance at this moment made up for this mentality of the immortals. Of course, this was also the result of Fang Yuan's calculations. She is really like Wu Duxiu. Even the Gu immortals of other clans sighed. Fang Yuan keenly sensed the potential changes in the gazes that were focused on him. In the 500 years of his previous life, he might not have had high cultivation achievements, but after 500 years of hard work, he had deep and unfathomable life experience, as well as sharp insight into the emotions of the surrounding Gu immortals. He felt the gazes of Wu clan's Gu immortals turning gentle, and Wu Yong's gaze. However, there was a hint of hostility. Wu Yong was indeed surprised. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Wu Hai, appeared at this time, slightly disrupting his plans and arrangements. What made Wu Yong especially wary was that Fang Yuan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals were together. This made him vigilant. In fact, deep down in his heart, Wu Yong hated this younger brother of his. Although it was only the first time they met. At first glance, Wu Yong didn't like Fang Yuan because of Wu Yihai's appearance. He looked too much like his mother, Wu Duxiu. How many years had it been? Wu Yong had been by Wu Duxiu's side, growing up under her protection. Wu Duxiu was like a towering tree. The dense shade of the tree protected the whole of Wu clan, including Wu Yong. Wu Yong felt that he was always lowering his head. The shade of the tree was like a shadow that shrouded his life. He was Wu Duxiu's son, but don't forget, he was also a man. A man. He had an innate desire to pursue strength and authority. But from start to finish, Wu Yong was Wu Duxiu. Her strength, her methods, and especially her identity, Wu Yong could not resist them. The reason why he could only lower his head. Wu Duxiu passed away. Wu Yong was very sad and sorrowful. But at the same time, he felt some relief and even joy. This joy was something that even Wu Yong did not dare to admit. But now, when Wu Yong saw Wu Yihai, who looked like Wu Duxiu, he could not help but feel a lot of disgust and disgust. Fang Yuan sensed Wu Yong's malice and hostility, even though the latter concealed it well. Fang Yuan was clear. The first step was successful, but the second step is to negotiate with Wu clan and be accepted by them. That is crucial. And to be accepted by Wu clan, the most important thing is to get the acknowledgement of Wu Yong, this rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wu clan's first supreme elder. Thus, when Fang Yuan walked into the hall, he bowed towards Wu Yong. Wu Yihai greets brother. Wu Yong was a little excited but hesitant. You are my brother Yihai? You look like mother, but your eyes are blue. We do not have such eyes in southern border. These words had deep meaning. Wu Yong did not directly acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Instead, he seemed to unintentionally mention that Wu Yihai was an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan replied in a heavy voice, reporting to brother, I also had black pupils, but some accidents occurred when I cultivated transformation path. My return this time was arranged by mother. Unfortunately, I met with many ambushes on the way. Uncle Zhang and brother Leng who accompanied me died on the battlefield to protect me. Gu Immortals Zhang and Leng, even though they were only servants of my mother, they made great contributions to Wu clan. Send my orders, we need to give them a proper burial, according to the rules of our clan's external supreme elders. Their descendants also need to be taken care of, they need to be treated equally with Wu clan. Wu Yong instructed. The supreme elders hurriedly responded. Fang Yuan heard this and laughed coldly in his heart. This Wu Yong did not let go of any chance to display his heroic image, but in his words, he did not officially accept Fang Yuan's identity. He avoided the important points, only talking about Gu Immortals Zhang and Leng, but neglected the important point, his brother Wu Yihai. Wu Yong avoided the important points, but Fang Yuan was not at a loss. This small problem could not stump him. Fang Yuan bowed and said, Brother, please allow me to pay respects to mother. Wu Yong's eyebrows rose. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. As a son, how could he not pay respects to his mother when she passed away? This reason was completely reasonable, especially in a clan system that was maintained by bloodline. Even Wu Yong could not stop it. If he forcefully stopped it, he would be criticized by others. The new image that he had painstakingly built up would completely collapse. But if he did not stop it and let Fang Yuan pay respects, it would mean that the whole of Wu clan acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity, that he was a member of Wu clan. In truth, Wu Yong was not willing. Wu Yihai's appearance made Wu Yong feel disgusted. Wu Yihai's identity gave Wu Yong a headache. Wu Yihai and Xiao clan appeared together. Wu Yong was wary. It is best to send this Wu Yihai back to where he came from. Isn't he an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal? Let him develop in Eastern Sea, even if we throw some resources at him. This was the result that Wu Yong wanted the most. Undeniably, Fang Yuan's performance was outstanding, and with Xiao Clan's Gu Immortals as proof, Wu Yong did not suspect Wu Yihai's true identity. Wait, what if I get rid of this Wu Yihai? I could not before because Mother was still around. But now I am the first Supreme Elder. This is my territory. In the future, I can control the clan and secretly make arrangements to kill him. Wouldn't that solve all problems? Even if he is in Eastern Sea, he is still a problem. If he is not in Eastern Sea and returns to southern border, it will be even more troublesome. I might as well agree to let him pay respects now. In the future, I can do some tricks to prove that he is a fake. Getting rid of him is also an honorable thing to do. When he thought of this, piercingly cold killing intent couldn't help but arise in Wu Yong's heart. He was about to speak and agree to Fang Yuan's request, but at this time, a Wu clan Supreme Elder spoke. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but have you all forgotten that we have not verified Wu Yihai's true identity? I am not suspecting him, nor am I suspecting Xiao clan, but since we are returning to the clan, there is no lack of formalities. Wu Yong couldn't help but raise his brows again when he heard this. He looked deeply at the Wu clan Gu Immortal who spoke. The latter was Wu clan's third Supreme Elder, Wu Qiao. Fang Yuan looked at Xiao clan's first Supreme Elder without batting an eyelid, thinking, I was right to contact Xiao clan, but I did not expect Xiao clan to have already infiltrated Wu clan so deeply. Wu Qiao is the third Supreme Elder after all. Xiao clan's first Supreme Elder looked at Fang Yuan, recalling the scene of their conspiracy earlier. As long as I show up at the ceremony, Wu Yong will fall into a passive state. Even if he is a rank 8 Gu Immortal and can easily kill us with a wave of his hand, so what? Fang Yuan smiled, continuing. He will not make a move, he cannot make a move. Because he is Wu clan's first Supreme Elder, he is not a lone cultivator or a demonic cultivator. At that time, I will ask to pay respects to Mother. Can Wu Yong stop me? Haha, brilliant, truly brilliant. Xiao clan's first Supreme Elder gave a thumbs up. Returning to the clan in private is too dangerous. This is a brilliant solution. Even if Wu Yong is not willing, what can he do? Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Thus, we need to openly return to the clan during the ceremony. If we miss this chance, it will be very difficult. Not only will the risk increase greatly, Wu Yong might not even give us this chance. Don't worry. At that time, I will raise this suggestion. Xiao clan's first Supreme Elder chuckled. No. Fang Yuan shook his head. Your suggestion is not appropriate. You are an outsider. How can you interfere with Wu clan's internal affairs? Xiao clan's first Supreme Elder fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's words struck him deeply. This was a huge problem that troubled him. If not for this, he would not have cooperated with Wu Yihai. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back, raising his head as he looked outside the window. Thus, I need a Wu clan Supreme Elder. He can raise this suggestion publicly in that situation and lead the matter to returning to the clan. The Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder was in a difficult position. Chapter 12:26. Fang Yuan continued. This Supreme Elder needs to have some status, and most importantly, he needs to be firm in his attitude. Because during this period, Wu Yong might side with me. He might think that I am his brother and reject this suggestion. Thus, our candidate needs to be able to resist the might of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder shrugged. This is too difficult. After all, Wu Yong is not only a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he is also Wu clan's first Supreme Elder. He even inherited Wu Du Xiu's Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not even turn around. He was still looking outside the window. His words turned cold and firm. Don't tell me your Qiao clan does not have such a person. If not, why would they have any schemes against Wu clan? It is better to sleep early. It is more reliable to dream. And I, Wu Yihai, will not cooperate with such a clan. Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder was slightly stunned. He could not help but size up Fang Yuan again. From his angle, he could only see the side of Fang Yuan's face. Outside the window, the red light of the setting sun shone on Fang Yuan's face. It was like a layer of blood. Fang Yuan had a resolute expression, his blue eyes were shining brightly. This man, interesting. As expected of Wu Du Xiu's son. Xiao clan's first supreme elder sighed internally, he replied, "Then we will do as you say." Even though Wu Du Xiu was dead, at her funeral, an interesting scene played out. Wu Du Xiu's illegitimate son from Eastern Sea, Wu Yihai, appeared. He wanted to pay respects to his mother. All the Gu immortals watched quietly, they did not say anything. After all, this was Wu clan's internal matter. Among them, many Gu immortals could see some hidden clues. But when Wu clan's third supreme elder, Wu Qiao, spoke, several gazes landed on his face. Wu Qiao did not seem to notice anything, he had a righteous expression on his face. He was Wu clan's third supreme elder. Xiao clan's infiltration had reached this level, even Fang Yuan was shocked. Of course, he was a participant. The more he knew, the clearer his judgment would be. Those who did not know would not understand the various reasons, and would not be able to determine Wu Qiao's position. After all, he was doing this for the sake of his family. Or side with the Qiao family. Although Wu Yong was aware of this possibility, he couldn't make a definite judgment. Wu Yong said, "That's fine too. Let's have my younger brother acknowledge his ancestry at mother's funeral. His mother must have seen this scene from the heavens. You must be very gratified." Surprisingly, he didn't refute and directly agreed to it. Fang Yuan couldn't help taking a deep look at Wu Yong. This guy really wasn't simple. Qiao family's great elder was also surprised by Wu Yong's reaction and immediately raised his evaluation of Wu Yong. Obviously, Wu Yong had realized that he could not stop Fang Yuan from acknowledging his ancestors in public. Rather than rebutting him blindly and losing his prestige and image, he might as well take a step back and allow this to happen. "Fellow immortals are here. Please bear witness, Immortal Gu." Third Supreme Elder Wu Qiao took the initiative to step forward. He needed to personally take charge of this matter to prevent Wu Yong and the others from playing any tricks. Soon, Wu clan brought the Immortal Gu. Wu Qiao stood in front of Fang Yuan, holding an Immortal Gu as he said, "This is a rank 7 blood path Immortal Gu, bloodline. My Wu clan killed a blood path demonic immortal and obtained it as spoils of battle. It can verify your identity, second young master." Once he said that, many Gu immortals present rolled their eyes. Blood path was not tolerated in the world, it was too dangerous. But the truth was, all righteous path forces were secretly researching it. Because blood path battle strength was easy to raise quickly. Evidently, this bloodline Immortal Gu was definitely the result of Wu clan's research. They purposely said it was some spoils of battle. "Second young master, please give me a drop of blood." Wu Qiao continued. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. It was actually a rank 7 blood path Immortal Gu. This was out of his expectations. And dripping blood was different from verifying his entire body, it was hard to tamper with it. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan did as he was told, he dripped a drop of blood to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao activated his Immortal Gu. He aimed it at the blood in his palm and a dark red light shone on it. There was no problem. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, my blood asset Immortal Gu has been repaired and mixed into familiar face. I can disguise my bloodline. Last time, I deceived the arrangements in Heifan's true inheritance. This time, I deceived the rank 7 blood path Immortal Gu bloodline. Thankfully, it was only rank 7. If it was rank 8, it might not have been able to deceive them. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was quite lucky. Of course, Wu clan would not be so bored as to refine a blood path Immortal Gu to rank 8. The immortal materials needed to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu were too shocking. Even if a super force's foundation was used up, they might not be able to refine it. But this was not the end. Next, Wu Qiao asked Fang Yuan many crucial questions. Fang Yuan knew some, Fang Yuan did not know some. He answered them honestly. Among these questions, some were traps, they were questions that did not happen, but they were asked as if they did. But Fang Yuan had searched Wu Yihai's soul, he was able to deal with these questions easily. The true danger was the investigation of the rank 7 Immortal Gu bloodline. He had already passed it, this was not a difficult problem. Hundreds of questions were asked, but Wu Qiao was still expressionless. But the other Wu clan supreme elders nodded slightly, some whispered to each other, some looked at Fang Yuan with a smile. It meant that Fang Yuan had passed. Actually, I still wanted to verify my soul and bone physique, but Lady Wu Du Xiu has already passed, so I can forget about it. Wu Qiao's words made Fang Yuan feel very glad. Thankfully, he did not covet any rank 8 immortal gu earlier. If he had confronted her face to face, his soul path and bone path methods were nothing. There was a high chance that he would expose himself. I heard that when Wu Du Xiu died, her body turned into specks of light, not a trace of her remains was left. Even the strands of hair and other items that were left behind were assimilated as well. She died a clean death. It was a good death. Fang Yuan felt that he was very lucky. Next, Wu Qiao reported the results of Wu Yong's own investigation. Needless to say, everyone was a witness. Wu Yong nodded, and so did the other Wu clan's supreme elders. Thereupon, Wu Qiao refined Soul Lantern Gu and Life Tablet Gu for Fang Yuan. These Gu worms would be placed in Wu clan's ancestral hall. It was a sign that Fang Yuan had returned to the clan. After this round, Fang Yuan finally stepped into Southern Border's Gu Immortal world with Wu Yihai's identity. After paying respects to Wu Du Xiu, Fang Yuan cried loudly, showing off his amazing acting skills. During Wu Du Xiu's funeral, Wu clan could not hold a banquet. But after the funeral, Fang Yuan still interacted with many Wu clan Gu immortals. Even though it was just drinking tea and chatting, Fang Yuan gained a lot. Of course, some Gu immortals asked to spar with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan rejected them. His status was very high now. He had rank 7 cultivation level. Wu clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, was his elder brother. Even though these two brothers had their own thoughts, at least on the surface, this was true. This bloodline relationship was also a fact. 7 days later, the funeral ended. Fang Yuan stood beside Wu clan's Gu immortals. He acted like the host as he bid farewell to the guests. These southern border Gu immortals also remembered Fang Yuan. Many people listed him as someone they could not offend, not because of Fang Yuan's cultivation level, but because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's younger brother. Wu Yihai's name spread throughout southern border. Even though it was not known by everyone, it was about the same. 3 days later, early in the morning, the sun rose from the horizon. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Yuxiong Mountain, quietly looking at the beautiful sunrise. Ever since he returned to his clan, Wu clan arranged for him to stay on this Yuxiong Mountain. This was not Wu clan's blessed land. Fang Yuan also said he wanted to stay outside. Yuxiong Mountain was a famous mountain. The most common wild beasts on the mountain were all kinds of bears. Wu clan directly gave this mountain to Fang Yuan. From now on, this was Wu Yihai's territory. However, Wu clan did not arrange any position related to Fang Yuan. Wu clan's Gu immortals were all supreme elders. Wu Yong was the first supreme elder, below him were the second supreme elder, third supreme elder, and so on. Different rankings meant different levels of authority, and the weight of their words were also different. This made Xiao clan's first supreme elder anxious. He paid close attention to this. Because Xiao clan supported and helped Fang Yuan, it was to insert him into Wu clan's upper echelon, to fight for more benefits for Xiao clan. Thus, Xiao clan had to ensure that Fang Yuan could gain more authority in Wu clan. Only then would he be able to speak up for Xiao clan and put in a lot of effort. Xiao clan's help was not free. Fang Yuan had already secretly made all sorts of agreements with Xiao clan's first supreme elder. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He was looking at the sunrise on the surface, but he was actually thinking about the giant dream realm. The official identity was already in his hands. How could he openly enter that super Gu formation and use the giant dream realm to raise Fang Yuan's attainment level? Fang Yuan was thinking about this when an information path Immortal Gu flew over. It was Wu Yong's summoning. Right now, Fang Yuan had already returned to the clan. The entire process was witnessed by countless southern border Gu immortals. Even Wu Yong could not harm his life. What's done cannot be undone. What's done is done. Especially in Wu clan's territory, Wu Yong had to protect his little brother instead. Fang Yuan followed the information path Immortal Gu's guidance and met Wu Yong in a hall. Wu Yong spoke. "You are my little brother, you have just returned to the clan." According to the clan's rules, every newly advanced rank 6 Gu Immortal can receive a rank 6 Immortal Gu. After advancing to rank 7, they can receive a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Take this information path Immortal Gu and go to the clan's treasury to choose an Immortal Gu. Chapter 1227. PS Here is today's update, and at the same time, I want to get votes for Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Hearing his brother arranging for him to go to the treasury to obtain Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan smiled. To him, he did not lack Immortal Gu. Not to mention rank 6 Immortal Gu, even rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had many of them. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu, and Years Flow Like Water Immortal Gu. Although the most important thing now was to use Attitude Gu. Wisdom Sword Gu required rank 8 Immortal Essence, while Years Flow Like Water had the huge drawback of attracting immemorial year beasts. But in terms of quantity, Fang Yuan had more rank 8 Immortal Gu than Wu Yong. He even had a rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Of course, strictly speaking, Wisdom Gu did not belong to Fang Yuan. Wu clan's treasury indeed had many exquisite or powerful Immortal Gu, and it was even possible that among them, many Immortal Gu were suitable for Fang Yuan. But in Fang Yuan's heart, he deeply understood what was the most helpful thing to him at this stage. That was the Dream Realm. As long as he passed the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan could use Unravel Dream to rapidly raise his attainment level. The higher his attainment level, the more blessed lands he could annex. Unlike now, when he was restricted by his attainment level, Fang Yuan could not annex many blessed lands. There were very few Gu Immortals. In a region, there were usually hundreds of Gu Immortals. Most of them were rank 6, a small number were rank 7, and rank 8 Gu Immortals were always a small number. Among these Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan could only annex a portion of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals. And among this portion, he could only annex immortal apertures that were suitable for his attainment level. Don't forget, Central Continent Fang Yuan could not enter them, so a portion was cut off. In the other 4 regions, Fang Yuan could not touch many Gu Immortals either. For example, those who had close relationships with rank 8 Gu Immortals. Those who lived in seclusion and were difficult to investigate, like Feng Jioga and Shirlei. In this case, there were not many immortal apertures that Fang Yuan could annex. Previously, he could annex many to raise his cultivation level. On one hand, it was Fang Yuan's accumulation. After all, he had killed many Gu Immortals and obtained large amounts of information. On the other hand, Fang Yuan's luck was strong enough. The increase in attainment levels of all paths had obvious benefits to Fang Yuan. That was the range of his choices. It was greatly expanded. The number of immortal apertures that could be annexed also increased. Immortal Gu Immortal apertures to rank 7 Immortal Gu Immortal apertures. But after Immortal Realm Immortals, Tribulation Immortal Tribulation, to be expected. Immortal Gu Immortal Cultivation Level. But after the rise of various attainment levels, the growth of rank 7 cultivation level would increase again. But compared to normal cultivation, it is still shockingly fast. Of course, Fang Yuan could not estimate the exact speed, because it depended on the situation. If his luck was good enough, he could annex a large number of rank 7 blessed lands at once. As long as there were enough, it was not impossible for him to advance to rank 8 immediately. This was the strength of the sovereign immortal aperture. Spectral Soul spent 100,000 years sacrificing Shadow Sect, Zombie Alliance, and others to create this immortal Gu. It was not without reason. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, this cultivation method would not work. However, there were not many rank 7 blessed lands in the entire 5 regions even if they added up all of them together. My cultivation level will rise to rank 8 immediately, I should forget about it. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the chances of his cultivation level rising to rank 8 were too slim. He was still quite clear-headed. Fang Yuan was not overly greedy, he knew what was important and what was secondary. Thus, facing Wu Yong, he replied, "No need to look in the treasury. I already have a target." Wu Yong was a little surprised. Next, Fang Yuan said the names of two immortal gu, one was rank 6, and the other was rank 7. Wu Yong was even more surprised. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply, understanding Fang Yuan's intention. But he still pretended to be confused. These two immortal gu have already formed the super gu formation. They are a part of the gu formation to protect that giant dream realm. Are you sure you want these two immortal gu? Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hesitate. It showed that he had thought deeply about this. In order to create the super gu formation to protect the dream realm, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had contributed their manpower and resources. Wu clan had contributed 6 immortal gu. There was no need to hide this information. Fang Yuan had already found out about this from Qiao clan's gu immortals. As for the 2 immortal gu he chose, among these immortal gu, they were the most important part of the super gu formation's operation. It could be said that if Fang Yuan became the owner of these 2 immortal gu, he would have the greatest authority in the super gu formation. Fang Yuan continued with a sincere expression. "Brother, you grew up in a clan, you have the strongest super force in Southern Border behind you. But I am not. I grew up in Eastern Sea, I have always been alone. I am a lone cultivator, you have never been a lone cultivator, you cannot understand the pain of being a lone cultivator. Thus, this time, I want to come to Southern Border and join Wu clan. I do not want to return to Eastern Sea. I admit that I have ambition, but which gu immortal does not have ambition? Brother, I will tell you the truth. You are a rank 8 gu immortal, you have rank 8 immortal gu, you are also the first supreme elder of Wu clan, you live freely in Wu clan. As for me, I came from Eastern Sea, I only have rank 7 cultivation level, I have some transformation methods. How can I win against you? I have never thought of fighting against you. I just want to take my cultivation to the next level. Qiao clan has an agreement with me, they are supporting me in this fight. I had no choice. Without Qiao clan's help, I would not have been able to attend mother's funeral. But my surname is Wu, Wu clan's bloodline flows in me. Even though my mother abandoned me as an infant, she summoned me back at her final moments. No matter what she thinks, she is still my mother. These last days, I have been thinking about it. The dream realm is the ideal place for me to go. I am willing to leave Wu clan and cultivate there for the rest of my life. I only want some support from the clan, so that I will not lack cultivation resources. That way, I will be satisfied. Fang Yuan spoke sincerely. He was very emotional. Towards the end, his eyes turned red. He even bowed deeply to Wu Yong. Wu Yong was moved. He left his seat and walked towards Fang Yuan. He grabbed Fang Yuan's shoulders. "Brother." He spoke with a trembling voice. His expression was emotional. "You are my brother, we have the same mother. I understand your intentions. I understand your difficulties. I am happy that you can understand my difficulties. In that case, I will allow you to do as you wish. Don't forget what you said today. Lord brother." Fang Yuan choked. Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. "I will not forget today's words. Brother, you have granted me my wish, I will cheer for you. In the future, without brother's permission, I will not act on my own accord and step into Wu clan's headquarters. I will also not interact with Wu clan's gu immortals in private." Wu Yong grabbed Fang Yuan's hand, patting it. "You did not let me down. I did not let you down." A moment later, Fang Yuan left this hall. "Finally, I can enter the super gu formation and explore the dream realm openly." He was very excited. He could not express it to others. Meanwhile, Wu Yong sat at the main seat again, his gaze deep and unfathomable. "This brother of mine is a smart person, he understands the situation very well. Not bad, not bad." He did not mention anything about the immortal gu inheritance. He even left Wu clan's headquarters. "Without him here, I will quickly unify Wu clan. The dream realm is of little value. My current methods are far from being able to develop this mountain of treasures. As long as he defends the super gu formation and cultivates wholeheartedly. But speaking of Wu clan's authority, even if I give him several times more cultivation resources, so what? The dream realm is like this now, but that is not certain in the future. After all, this concerns great dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Speaking of which, this brother of mine is quite ambitious. However, like what he said, who does not have ambition? Having ambition is not scary. The scary thing is having too much ambition, not knowing one's limits and doing stupid things that are beyond one's ability. Like Chao Clan. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun knelt on the ground. She was like a stone statue. In front of her was a small house. The door was closed. There was no one inside. Feng Kim Hong was no longer here. Zhao Lianyun knew this, but she still knelt here and begged. Because she knew this was her only hope. She had to hold on to it tightly because other than this, there was no other way. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's legs were completely numb. She was so tired that she was about to faint. In a daze, a memory of the past appeared in her mind. In that grassland where wildflowers bloomed. These flowers are for you, Lady Xiao Yun. They say that girls like flowers. Ma Hongyun held a bunch of flowers, smiling foolishly as he stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. So smelly. Zhao Lianyun pinched her nose. She had a look of disdain. What flowers did you pick? This smelly fly flower grows on animal feces. Quickly take it away, quickly take it away. Ma Hongyun was stunned. He replied, it is precisely because they grow on feces that they grow strong and big. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. She ruthlessly kicked Ma Hongyun's calf. Get lost. Idiot. Why are you giving flowers for no reason? Think of how to curry favor with your young master. You idiot. Ma Hongyun was in so much pain that he stomped his feet. He also felt wronged. I wanted to thank you for helping me lie, otherwise I would have been executed for stealing shoes. The scene of the past disappeared. Zhao Lianyun returned to the cold and cruel reality. Big idiot. But my current actions also seem like an idiot. Who would have thought that I, Zhao Lianyun, would do such a stupid thing? You always do stupid things, but you always get a good result. I am not you, but this is the only thing I can do. I am just a mortal. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's tears rolled down. The sorrow and bitterness in her heart was indescribable. Right at this time, in her blurred vision, she saw a goo. 9 revolutions love. It was flying in front of Zhao Lianyun. Chapter 12:28. P.S. Here is today's update, and at the same time, I would like to garner votes for Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Rank 9 Love Goo. Zhao Lianyun did not recognize this goo worm, but that did not stop her from recognizing its extraordinariness. Because in her vision, this goo worm seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth, the center of the universe. Its whole body was emitting a dazzling light. The whole goo worm was burning like the most dazzling flame in the world. It was a fact, all living things in the world would fall for it, everything would revolve around it. Is this a miracle? Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. This was the last thought in her mind. Next, she collapsed and fainted on the spot. Spirit Affinity House was shaken. Love Goo was Spirit Affinity House's sect protecting Immortal Goo. It flew out of its habitat and arrived beside Zhao Lianyun. Most importantly, even when Zhao Lianyun fainted, it did not fly away. It stayed on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. That night, Spirit Affinity House summoned all the Goo Immortals to urgently discuss this shocking matter. Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, Third Supreme Elder, Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao, Li Juning, and others, heroes gathered. Immortal aura filled the air. This was the first time in hundreds of years that Spirit Affinity House had gathered so many Goo Immortals. Everyone, we all know the rules of the sect. Now that Love Goo has acknowledged Zhao Lianyun, she is the current generation fairy of our sect. Su Hao spoke. He was expressionless, but there was a trace of joy in his tone. Back then, when he gave Zhao Lianyun pointers, it was only to scheme against Feng Kim Hong, to attack her reputation and raise Zhao Lianyun's status. But to think that Zhao Lianyun was so stubborn, she continued to kneel and stubbornly refused to get up. Su Hao was also helpless about this. He nurtured Zhao Lianyun and used her as a chess piece to deal with Feng Kim Hong. His true goal was to attack Feng Kim Huang's father, Feng Jioge. In the world of people, there were always internal and external conflicts. When an organization grew, there would naturally be many factions within it. Currently, Feng's sect, led by Feng Jioge, had the largest force in Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao, Li Juning and the rest were suppressed by Feng Gu. They could barely breathe. Thankfully, the two rank 8 Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House, the first Supreme Elder and the second Supreme Elder, were impartial, looking at the big picture of Spirit Affinity House. Because Feng to Feng Li Feng's to protect Feng to the core of Spirit Affinity House to Feng Gu. B's Immortal Gu Hopeses, Gu to respects Spirit Gu, to Immortal to God of course not to be to be. To be. Gu like have to Immortals have the qualifications of course, of Feng Gu have to be of Immortal have twos. Imamin to imtot be. Imimamin un yuans to Immortals to be. Su Hao treated Zhao Lianyun as his weapon, a chess piece. Originally, Su Hao was thinking of not letting Zhao Lianyun continue to kneel. In his opinion, this was a political show, it was time to end it. Zhao Lianyun would be a fool if she continued to kneel like this, she would not gain anything. But a few hours ago, when Su Hao heard that Love Gu had appeared on its own and stayed on Zhao Lianyun, he was stunned. After the extreme shock, he was overjoyed. He acutely realized that this was a gift that fell from the sky. This gift was too precious. He almost fainted from happiness. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to make use of this chance to make Zhao Lianyun the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. On this basis, he could attack Feng's sect. This would be an unprecedented opportunity for him, Su Hao, in the history of the sect. As long as he made use of this opportunity, then his future career in the sect would be greatly changed. Su Hao had no doubts about this. Therefore, he immediately stood out and strongly supported Zhao Lianyun's ascension to become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. He continued, "Our sect's rules state clearly that the past generations of fairies will be selected. First, listen to the will of the people. Second, look at aptitude, and third, the will of the people." The meaning was, first, look at the will of the entire sect, then look at the aptitude and talent of the candidates, finally, look at who the higher-ups of the Gu Immortals favored. Su Hao continued, "Now, in terms of the will of the people, although Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, she is loyal. In order to save her lover, she did not hesitate to kneel and beg her opponent. Everyone in the sect knows her nature. In terms of aptitude and talent, aptitude is not important. As long as you are willing, you can raise Immortal's cultivation aptitude. As for Zhao Lianyun's talent, I believe everyone knows about her experiences in Northern Plains. She is also an elite in terms of talent. Finally, there is everyone's intentions. I approve of Zhao Lianyun. On the surface, I personally support Zhao Lianyun to become the fairy of our sect." "I agree." Su Hao had just finished speaking when Li Juning spoke in agreement. She was Su Hao's wife, they had always been on the same side. This was not strange. However, what happened next shocked the others. "I agree with Su Hao." "I also agree with Su Hao. Since even Love Gu approves of Zhao Lianyun, what else can I say?" At once, 5 to 6 Gu Immortals actually agreed with Su Hao's words. Fairy Bai Qing could not sit still. She felt that everyone present agreed with Su Hao's words. They felt that the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy should belong to Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Bai Qing was a Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She was also Feng Kim Huang's mother. The position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy was very special. She was a cultivation seed chosen by the entire Spirit Affinity House from among the mortal Gu masters. After that, they would invest heavily in her and nurture her to become an immortal. Every generation's fairy would become the face of Spirit Affinity House when they grew up. Spirit Affinity House was an organization. Not only did it need old people, it also needed new Gu Immortal strength. It needed new blood to replenish and operate. Fairy Bai Qing was also a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had personally experienced what it felt like to have an entire sect sponsor her cultivation. Even though Feng Jioge and Bai Qing were Gu immortals, they alone could sponsor their daughter Feng Kim Huang's immortal ascension. This type of sponsorship was not as strong as the entire sect's sponsorship. Fairy Bai Qing did not want to see her daughter fail like this. But she also deeply understood that the current situation was very disadvantageous to her. Because in the sect's rules, other than listening to the will of the people, looking at aptitude, and finally the will of the people, there was another important rule, that was, once Love Gu approves of someone, no matter how unpopular that person was, how bad their aptitude was, or how the Gu immortal higher-ups did not think highly of them, then this generation's fairy would be none other than that person, regardless of gender. Precisely because of this rule, when Su Hao finished speaking, many Gu immortals agreed with him and expressed their support. In fact, just based on Su Hao's political influence, he was not strong. Under normal circumstances, he would never have received so much support. Even though the sect rules are like this, I am not without hope. Because in the history of the sect, there were fairies who were supported according to this rule, but Fairy Bai Qing was moved. She opened her mouth to speak. But right at this time, Feng Jioge, who was beside her, lightly pressed the back of her hand. Don't be rash. I know you want to mention Mo Yao, right? Back then, she was only an Inkman slave, but she obtained Love Gu's approval. She was sponsored by the entire sect to become a Gu immortal. She reformed Bo Qing. But in the end, she betrayed the sect and went against the celestial court. Feng Jioge transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, communicating secretly, that's right, this is Huang Er's only chance. As long as we follow this and continue to discuss, using Feng sect's strength, we might be able to change this rule. After all, sect rules are also made by people, aren't they? This sect rule is clearly unreasonable. But Feng Jioge shook his head. He rejected Fairy Bai Qing's idea. Su Hao is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Why did he not mention this sect rule in his earlier words? He only talked about the first 3 conditions. It seems like he has completely forgotten about this sect rule that is most beneficial to him. Fairy Bai Qing was slightly stunned. Feng Jioge continued, this is his scheme, a trap. If you mention this, it means that he succeeded in his scheme. Even though Mo Yao and Bo Qing's matter happened, the sect rule has not changed. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, our sect faced huge pressure, but we have never changed this sect rule. This is a trap. Very deep. Today, if you use Feng sect's strength to challenge him and try to change the sect rule, you will lose miserably. We will suffer heavy losses while Su Hao will be unharmed. This is what he wants to see. Fairy Bai Qing's body was covered in cold sweat. I was too rash. She quickly calmed down. Then, she calmed down and reflected on why she made such a mistake. This concerns my Huang Er. I lost my mind because of love. No, there is another point. I am rank 7 now, and have a rank 7 immortal Gu. Compared to before, my mental state has improved. But I forgot that the righteous path does not only depend on cultivation level and strength. If not for husband's reminder today, I would have made a huge mistake. Thinking of this, Fairy Bai Qing involuntarily looked at Feng Jioge. She felt a strong sense of security in her heart. Even though Feng Jioge was from the demonic path, over these years, he did not use his fists to speak in the sect. His political skills were also superior to hers. If not for this, how could Feng's sect have its current glory? Husband, since you saw through Su Hao's trap, I will leave this matter to you. Fairy Bai Qing transmitted secretly. Her tone was filled with sweetness. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. I do not intend to interfere in this matter. Because there's no point in interfering. What do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. Feng Jioge did not speak. He looked up at the sky. He actually did not fall for it. Su Hao was expecting someone to speak up, but no one objected to his words. Even Feng Jioge was silent. Su Hao felt that it was a pity, but he quickly collected his emotions. He was certain, all right. Since no one objected, this matter is settled. Who knew that First Supreme Elder would speak next? I understand everyone's intentions. but Zhao Lianyun has a special identity. He is an otherworldly demon. I will report your intentions to the higher-ups. They will make the decision personally. What? Su Hao was stunned. Chapter 1229. P.S. Here is today's update, and also to get votes for Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes. There will be some coins for voting. I am begging for everyone's support. Southern Border. Ruins of the Battle of Tian Mountain. Lord Wu Yihai, this way please. Wu En bowed as he led the way. Fang Yuan nodded. In front of him, the Super Gu formation slowly opened an entrance. After you, sir, after you. Wu En stepped aside and gave way. His face was full of smiles and he was extremely enthusiastic. Wu Yihai's identity was known to almost everyone in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. He immediately became the leader of Wu clan in the Giant Dream Realm. Wu En, who only had rank 6 cultivation level, naturally had to curry favor with his superior. Before Fang Yuan took over, he flew out of the Super Gu formation. Going 100 li away, he waited on a small mountain for 2 days and 2 nights to welcome Fang Yuan. After welcoming Fang Yuan, he followed behind him, circling around Fang Yuan. Whatever Fang Yuan asked, he answered. He knew everything. If Fang Yuan wanted to kick his butt now, he would be overjoyed. He would not hesitate to lift his butt and send it to Fang Yuan's feet, letting Fang Yuan kick it. But because of him, along the way, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the Gu Immortals guarding the Super Gu formation, as well as the current situation. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Wu En. He entered the entrance first. Wu En hurriedly followed, smiling from beginning to end as he bent his waist. Who knew how many Gu Immortals were watching this scene secretly? Wu Yihai is here. Not long ago, he used Wu clan's Immortal Killer move to abandon his Eastern Sea Gu Immortal identity, becoming a true member of Southern Border. Ba Quanfeng said as he observed the expressions of the Gu Immortals around him. The one standing beside him was none other than the publicly recognized strongest rank 7 Gu Immortal in Southern Border, Old Treeman Bada. Bada retracted his gaze, saying plainly, "Let's watch first." Saying so, he turned around and left. Wu Yihai's arrival. To him, it was just an insignificant matter. Ba Quanfeng was extremely disappointed. He wanted to get information from Bada. Wu Yihai was here, but he was a newcomer. Not only in the Super Gu formation, but also in the whole of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world, he was a newcomer. Wu Du Xiu died. Wu clan only had 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wu Yong. Their strength fell greatly. This caused many families' hearts to sway, especially the powerful Ba clan. In the past, when the Wu clan was dominant, Ba Quanfeng was already full of complaints. Now that Wu clan lost a rank 8 Gu Immortal and a new member, Wu Yihai, he could not help but want to suppress them to vent his anger. Unfortunately, Bard told him to wait and see. After all, Wu Yihai's strength and methods were not clear. Bard was dependable and experienced. If Wu Yihai was too young or weak, he would not mind representing Ba clan and becoming the main controller of the Super Gu formation. There was a space inside the Super Gu formation. It was as if a huge ring city had been formed around the entire dream realm. Each part was controlled by a clan. There were 13 righteous path forces. This huge Gu formation space was divided into 13 parts. Wu clan's control of this space was huge. It was one of the top 13 clans. Only the Ba clan could rival it. Shang clan and Tai clan were weaker. Fang Yuan entered, because he already had the information provided by Wu clan, and with the lackey Wu and he did not get lost. So, he went deep into the core and saw Wu clan's other Gu Immortal, Wu Liao. This person had a broad back and a thin waist. He had a brave and fierce appearance. He had a beard that resembled steel needles. He greeted Fang Yuan in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings to Lord Wu Yihai. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you as I have important matters to attend to." His tone was plain, but there was arrogance in his bones. Fang Yuan found it interesting. Wu Liao and Wu and both had rank 6 cultivation level, but there was a clear contrast between them. Together with Wu Yihai, this was Wu clan's entire force in the Super Gu formation. There was originally another rank 7 Gu Immortal. But since Fang Yuan was here, he was naturally sent away. Even though Wu clan was the #1 force in Southern Border's righteous path, they did not have so many Gu immortals. Every Gu immortal's strength had to be calculated and used in a meticulous manner. Let's get down to business first. You two should already know the clan's orders. Bring me to refine the 2 immortal Gu that belong to me. Fang Yuan said. This was the first and most important task. Wu Liao saw Wu Yihai's swift and decisive actions. He could not help but acknowledge him. Wu En quickly ran to Fang Yuan, saying with a smile, "Lord, this way please, I will bring you there." A moment later, Fang Yuan successfully refined the 2 immortal Gu. It was not easy to refine other people's immortal Gu. But with Wu clan's cooperation, it was different. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Wu clan's treasury would definitely have immortal Gu that suited him or were especially outstanding. But he still chose the 2 immortal Gu here. He naturally had his own plans for doing this. With these 2 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was firmly rooted in this super Gu formation. In the future, even if Wu clan wanted to change Fang Yuan, they would have to consider this point first. This super Gu formation had already been set up. Every immortal Gu was closely related. Changing any one of them would have a huge impact. Every immortal Gu that each clan controlled represented their investment in the giant dream realm. It was the main factor that each clan's influence here. Lord, I have prepared some delicacies for Lord to taste. After Fang Yuan refined the immortal Gu, Wu En immediately came over and said in a flattering tone. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He acknowledged in a high and mighty manner. Wu En immediately felt like he had heard the words of heaven. He happily led the way. Lord, please come this way. Wu Liao snorted coldly. He had a disdainful expression. He did not like Wu En's flattery. But Fang Yuan said, Wu Liao, come with me. I have something to ask you too. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao replied respectfully. The banquet was quite good. The delicacies and wine were very memorable. Fang Yuan sat on the main seat, while Wu En and Wu Liao sat on his left and right. Fang Yuan knew the principle of partial trust and double trust. He could not listen to Wu En's side of the story. Thus, during the banquet, Fang Yuan asked the 2 many questions. Wu En and Wu Liao answered. After the banquet ended, Fang Yuan understood the situation of the Super Gu formation. He had a clear idea of the situation in his mind. In Fang Yuan's plan, he would be cultivating here for a long time. The environment here, he naturally had to understand. The righteous path was different from the demonic path. The demonic path was straightforward, while the righteous path paid attention to the rules of the righteous path. What were the rules of the righteous path? It was nothing more than a set of rules that gradually formed after a long period of time regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. Since he came here with the identity of Wu Yihai, he naturally had to use the methods of the righteous path to solve the problem. If he used demonic path methods here, his enemies would be overjoyed, and his own forces would become disunited. No matter how much Wu Yong protected his brother, he would not be able to endure the pressure, and for the sake of Wu clan's benefits, he would transfer Fang Yuan away. After all, the entire Wu clan was led by Wu Yong. This place was once dominated by Wu clan, but Ba clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan did not have to submit to Wu clan. Xiao clan was Wu clan's most loyal ally. But after Wu Du Xiu's death, the situation here was greatly affected. Ba clan was already ready to make a move, especially when Ba clan sent old Treeman Bada to guard this place. Just from this, Fang Yuan could acutely sense that Ba clan would be his main opponent in the future. As for Xiao clan, Fang Yuan felt a headache. By coming here, he had more or less betrayed the cooperation agreement with Xiao clan. As for Xiao clan's attitude and how much support they could give him, Fang Yuan had no idea. After the banquet, Fang Yuan dismissed Wu Liao and Wu En. He rested alone. Before parting, Wu En wanted to say something but hesitated, wanting to say something. But he was hesitant. Wu Liao left quietly. His impression of Fang Yuan rose by a little. During the banquet, Fang Yuan's questions were very sharp. Wu Liao could not answer them. But he had a lot of confidence in Fang Yuan's abilities. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had their own battle strength as a foundation, but just this was not enough. They also needed to have political skills. However, after the welcoming banquet, several days passed. Fang Yuan did not show up in public, he cultivated in his own residence. Is this Wu Yihai really just a lone cultivator? Fang Yuan's actions were undoubtedly the style of a lone cultivator. Many Gu Immortals who were paying attention to him made such a guess. Wu Liao was a little disappointed. He wanted a superior who could control the situation, not a person who was purely cultivating in seclusion. Wu Wen was very anxious and uneasy. These last days, he had invited Fang Yuan many times. He had thought of all sorts of reasons. But Fang Yuan rejected them all. He even told him not to disturb him unless it was urgent. Wu Wen could not understand Fang Yuan's thoughts, but as time passed, his restlessness turned into a kind of panic. And behind Wu Wen were the Gu Immortals of the other clans. They were also very anxious. The reason was simple. That was the Immortal Opportunity business. Earlier, the Immortal Opportunity business was started by Wu clan. They worked with the Gu Immortals of the other clans to do business secretly. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal left. Wu Yihai was transferred over. The Immortal Opportunity business was thus put on hold. After all, Wu clan's leader was Wu Yihai. And most importantly, he had 2 immortal Gu. Wu Wen was sucking up to Fang Yuan. Other than cozying up to him, there was also a deeper meaning. It was regarding the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Wen obtained a lot of benefits from this. If he did not have any benefits, he would not be so friendly to Fang Yuan. At first, Wu Wen and Fang Yuan's interaction went well. But soon, Fang Yuan did not play by the rules. Wu Wen was at a loss. The Immortal Opportunity business could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, he would be held accountable. This was an act of seeking personal gain for the sake of official business, and it was a very big handle. Not being able to drag Fang Yuan down with him, Wu Wen was very anxious. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the risk. Chapter 12:30. This servant greets Lord Wu Yihai. The female Gu Immortal knelt down at Fang Yuan's feet. She wore a white fur coat that only covered her breasts and buttocks. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. Her ears were like rabbits. Her eyes were like rubies. Her nose was small. Her face was exquisite and cute. In terms of beauty, she was only slightly inferior to Xianxia and Feng Kim Hong. At this moment, this female immortal was kneeling on the ground. Her forehead was touching the floor. Her huge breasts were also squeezed by the floor. They were deformed. And her buttocks were raised high. It was very attractive. She was none other than Lady White Rabbit. Right now, she was pure with a hint of wildness. She was cute with a hint of shyness. Especially when she was so respectful, any man who saw her would feel a fire burning in their hearts or abdomen. They would want to hug this beauty and cherish her. Fang Yuan's heart, however, felt strange. Not long ago, he was offering cultivation resources to this woman and asking for information about the Gu Immortal world. But to think that at this moment, this beauty was kneeling at his feet, allowing Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. He is clearly trying to seduce me. This Wu Wen is trying to scare me, saying that an important person has something important to report to me. That is why Lady White Rabbit came to see me. It seems that these last days I have been ignoring them. They are getting anxious. They are even using such a method. This method is quite old-fashioned, but it is very practical. Fang Yuan smiled. He got up from his seat and walked towards Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit's forehead did not leave the jade brick on the ground. With Fang Yuan's sharp vision, he could see that Lady White Rabbit was trembling. She was nervous. Fang Yuan thought, I have interacted with Lady White Rabbit before. According to my 500 years of cultivation, I can tell that this woman is a pure lone cultivator. To think that she would give herself to me, this is probably the first time she has done such a thing. Of course, Fang Yuan's judgment could be wrong, but there were not many people in the 5 regions who could misjudge him. Lady White Rabbit was indeed nervous. She was very nervous. His body was trembling slightly, and his heart was thumping wildly. She understood that she had to remain calm and follow Wu Wen's instructions. But she could not do it. Easier said than done. So honey traps can't be used so easily. Lady White Rabbit sighed in her heart. Apart from that, there was also a lot of shame and disbelief in her heart. I'm actually doing this kind of thing? Why would I do such a thing? To seduce a stranger that you've never met before. The White Rabbit felt strange. This was not in her nature. Before that, she was just a pure itinerant cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated happily. If anyone had told her that she would do such a thing today, she would definitely make that person her enemy. How did things turn out like this? Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. She was quite popular, so one day, Wuan took the initiative to look for her, saying that he wanted to give her a great fortune. At that time, Lady White Rabbit was still very wary. How could such a good thing happen to her? Was Wuan trying to swindle his money and body? In the end, he didn't. Lady White Rabbit managed the Immortal opportunity business. She became the middleman. The demonic and lone path Gu Immortals had a foundation of trust in her. Of course, the business was not good at first. But later on, the news got louder and louder. The Gu Immortals saw it clearly. Next, there was a huge influx of people. After every transaction, Lady White Rabbit would get a cut. Soon, she had accumulated as much wealth as she had accumulated over the past few decades. Lady White Rabbit was shocked and joyful. As the business became more prosperous, she felt that her future was getting brighter. The accident happened suddenly. It was not sudden. It wasn't sudden because Lady White Rabbit knew about the entire situation. Wu clan's rank 8 great expert Wu Duxiu died. Her illegitimate son Wu Yihai, who was in Eastern Sea, wanted to return to southern border. But he was ambushed by various forces. But in the end, Wu Yihai avoided the ambush and returned to his clan, officially becoming a southern border Gu Immortal. It was sudden because Lady White Rabbit did not expect this to affect the whole of southern border's Gu Immortal world. It was actually related to her. It was as if the high and mighty Wu Yihai had been transferred over, becoming the leader of Wu clan in the Super Gu formation. The Immortal opportunity business was immediately stopped. Because this business could not be exposed. It was originally controlled by a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Wu clan. Now that he was transferred away, Wu Yihai came. Wu and the rest were the beneficiaries, but they did not have the ability to manage this business. Because they were not qualified. They could not ignore Fang Yuan and continue this business. Because this business only involved 6 or 7 clans, Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shang clan did not participate. They needed a strong background to support them. Stop like this? No, that was impossible. The Gu Immortals who participated in the Immortal opportunity business had already tasted the benefits. They wanted to continue. Thus, roping in Fang Yuan was the most important thing. Wuan took on this huge responsibility. Wu Liao could not be relied on. This Gu Immortal looked young, but he was very strict and inflexible. He had a strong objection to Wu clan managing the Immortal opportunity business. Wuan was very passionate and considerate, but Fang Yuan did not buy it. This made Wuan and the Gu Immortals around him very anxious. The situation over at the demonic and lone path was also terrible. Suddenly, they could not enter the Gu formation to interact with the dream realms. This made the Gu Immortals feel that something was amiss. Were these righteous path people going back on their words after obtaining their cultivation resources? A large number of Gu Immortals surrounded the mortal Gu house at the peak of the mountain. They could not find the righteous path Gu Immortals. They could only surround Lady White Rabbit, making a ruckus or threatening her. They wanted an explanation. Lady White Rabbit realized at this moment that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. If the Immortal opportunity business could not continue, not only would her bright future be gone, she would be torn apart by these vicious people. Her outcome would be tragic. In this situation, Wuan came to find her again. He used his glib tongue and finally convinced Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was forced into this situation. She had no choice but to dress up like this and visit Fang Yuan. She wanted to use her beauty to lure this Wu clan Gu Immortal, so that he would appear and manage the Immortal opportunity business. Raise your head. At this time, Lady White Rabbit heard Fang Yuan's command. Lady White Rabbit's body shook, Her heart almost skipped a beat. She breathed in deeply and slowly raised her head, gazing at Fang Yuan with yearning. Fang Yuan looked down at this beauty from above. The latter was lying on the ground, looking up at him. Her eyes were big and round, and her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. In particular, her small and delicate cherry lips were as delicate as flowers, making people want to explore the taste of them. Also, the tip of her small and delicate pink tongue. What kind of wonderful taste was that? Stand up. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Lady White Rabbit was like a puppet. She stood up obediently. Her body was voluptuous and exquisite. Her breasts were bulging out. The top of her head only reached Fang Yuan's chest. She was like a neighbor's little sister. The two were less than 2 feet apart. Lady White Rabbit's heart was pounding. Her breathing was rapid. She was gasping for breath. Next, she remembered Wu An's instructions. She took a step forward and went into Fang Yuan's embrace. She used her jade-like arms to hug Fang Yuan's waist, then said in a tender voice, Master, please, use all your strength to ravage the servant." She stammered out these words. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Even though she had cultivated for many years, Lady White Rabbit was still very ignorant about relationships. Wu An's instructions were her only standard of conduct. Oh, White Rabbit, how can you say such shameful words? You really said it out loud. Her face was red. She questioned herself in her mind, even she found it hard to believe. At another place, in front of Fang Yuan's hall, Wu An was pacing around uneasily. He was anxious and anxious. He paced around with his head lowered, his hands were clenched, sometimes into fists, sometimes into palms. From time to time, he would stop and look at the tightly shut door, trying to guess what the situation was like inside. If the Immortal opportunity business failed and Fang Yuan did not want to take over, it would mean that he had a problem with it and wanted to expose it. This was very likely. Because Wu Yihai was very young, he had just joined Wu clan, he needed some achievements to prove himself. His brother was Wu Yong, he definitely did not lack cultivation resources. But at this moment, benefits were not as important as fame and fortune to him. This way, Lady White Rabbit would be in trouble. Even if she did not die, she would be wanted by the righteous path. From a lone cultivator, she would become a demonic path Gu Immortal. Even though Wu An would not die, after all, Wu clan's Gu Immortals were limited, he had to spit out the benefits that were in his hands. He would definitely be punished by the clan and transferred away. His bright future would become even dimmer than before he started this business. At this time, footsteps could be heard. Wu An raised his head and saw a person with a straight back. His footsteps were swift and his whole body was emitting a powerful aura. Wu An immediately felt something amiss. "Wu Liao, what are you doing here?" Wu Liao snorted coldly. "What can I do here?" A certain person was shameless. He actually used a honey trap to attempt to frame Lord Wu Yihai. "The reason why I've come here is to let my lord know what you've done. To let him know of your schemes and ill intentions." Wu An was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Wu Liao and gritted his teeth. "Wu Liao, how dare you?" It was not that he did not bribe Wu Liao. Wu Liao did not accept bribes. It was not that he thought it was too little, it was just his nature. Chapter 12:31. Wu Liao ignored Wu An. He bowed towards the door of the hall, shouting, "Wu, this person has ulterior motives. Wu Liao requests an audience with Lord to report this person." Wu An's heart jumped to his throat. He was afraid, he was terrified. He was afraid that the door in front of him would open at the next moment, and Lady White Rabbit would be chased out with tears in her eyes. Then he, Wu An, would be finished. But he did not. The door closed quietly, as if Fang Yuan did not hear it. But how could that be? This was not an ordinary place. It was the inner space of the Super Gu formation. It formed a large group of palaces that people could live in. Fang Yuan was in control of 2 crucial immortal Gu. He could be said to know Wu clan's territory like the back of his hand. He was able to observe Wu Liao and Wu An's every move clearly. How could Fang Yuan not hear Wu Liao's earlier words? Impossible. Seeing that Fang Yuan ignored him, Wu Liao, who was full of confidence, was stunned. He knew that Wu Wen had been using all sorts of methods to request to meet Fang Yuan for some time. Wu Liao naturally understood what his motive was. Wu Liao did not stop him. Because he knew that humans were greedy and selfish, many people were different from him. For example, the previous Wu clan rank 7 Gu Immortal. But later on, Fang Yuan did not meet Wu Wen even once. After realizing this, Wu Liao was very happy. He used himself to judge others. He felt that since Fang Yuan rejected Wu Wen, it was definitely because he disliked the immortal opportunity business. That's true. Why would a person like Lord Wu Yihai care about such a small profit? He has just entered the clan. He would be more concerned about his reputation and his future development in Wu clan's higher-ups. Wu Liao guessed. With such thoughts, he came to meet Fang Yuan, thinking that Fang Yuan would meet him. But now, the door was tightly shut. It was like a wall, or like a mountain blocking Wu Liao's heart. Wu Wen laughed loudly. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart fell back to its original position. Wu Liao's visit. This was the best test. Wu Wen immediately felt that he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Wu Liao refused to believe it, so he called out again, but the door was still closed. There was no reaction. Wu En's laughter grew louder, and his heart became more certain. He said, "Wu Liao, you'd better stop shouting. His lordship is dealing with important matters inside. Is it good for you to disturb him like this?" Wu Liao's face turned ashen. It was very ugly. Wu Wen sneered and shook his head. Wu Liao looked down on Wu Wen, and Wu Wen felt that Wu Liao was too stubborn and unreasonable, and that this was not the way of life. From the looks of it, although this move was risky, it was very effective. That's true, Lady White Rabbit's foundation is already very good. When I first saw her, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. I can't wait to take her into my arms and rub her all over. When I see a beauty like Lady White Rabbit, it's a pity. As long as it was a man, he would submit. Lord Wu Yihai was also a hot-blooded man. Furthermore, he had just obtained a position of authority. A beauty offering herself to him satisfied him even more. Furthermore, he was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator, while Lady White Rabbit was a Southern Border lone cultivator. Lone cultivators naturally understood each other. And what was even rarer was that Lady White Rabbit was a true virgin. This is a meeting between a man and a woman. Like burning wood. Just as he thought of this, at the next moment, something happened that caught Wu Wen off guard. The door of the hall opened. Lady White Rabbit was standing on the other side of the door. She appeared in front of the 2 Wu clan Gu Immortals. What's going on? She came out already? Why is it so short? Wu Wen was very surprised. Lord must have heard my words and sent this female immortal out. Wu Liao was overjoyed, but he was slightly stunned when he looked at Lady White Rabbit. Even though he was disgusted, seeing Lady White Rabbit's beauty, his heart shook. He had to admit Lady White Rabbit's beauty. So short, did she not succeed? Did she not succeed? Wu En's heart sank to rock bottom. He stared blankly, his mouth was dry. But soon, he saw that Lady White Rabbit had changed into another set of clothes. It was not the simple beast skin dress with white fur on it. Furthermore, what attracted Wu En's attention even more was the pair of jade pendants hanging from Lady White Rabbit's ears. The pendants were round in shape. They were very full. This was the custom of Southern Border. Once a lady gets married and loses her virginity, she would wear such a pendant. It signified that the man and woman were in harmony. They were complete. Wu Wen was overjoyed. Wu Liao had a pale expression. His gaze was very sharp. He saw the jade pendants on Lady White Rabbit's ears. Did it succeed? Wu Wen walked up, asking carefully. Lady White Rabbit had a strange expression, but she still nodded, not speaking. Wu Wen let out a breath of air. He closed his eyes. The huge pressure left him. He was not used to it. He almost fell to the ground. But why so quickly? Wu Wen had a thought. That shouldn't be the case. Is Lord Wu Yihai also a novice in that aspect? This is not unheard of. There are many such cultivators in Southern Border. If that is the case, I can contribute many mystical goo worms for Lord to use in the future. But Lord Wu Yihai is already a rank 7 Gu immortal. He has Dao marks all over his body. Ordinary mortal Gu might not have much effect on him. This pair of jade pearls was given to me by Lord Wu Yihai. Lord told me to take care of the two of you. He will be cultivating in seclusion from now on. Do your own things, don't disturb his cultivation. Lady White Rabbit said. Once she said this, Wu Wen looked at Wu Liao with the gaze of a victor. He had a smug expression. Wu Liao's body shook. He took a step back. He looked at Wu Wen hatefully before turning around and leaving. Lord Wu Wen, let's go. Lady White Rabbit said. Lady, don't call me Lord. How can I, Wu Wen, be a lord? From now on, just call me by my name. Wu Wen showed a friendly smile. It was not rude. Right now, Lady White Rabbit's status was no longer the same. Wu Yihai not only slept with Lady White Rabbit, he even gave her a jade pearl pendant. This was acknowledging her status as a concubine. Lady White Rabbit sensed the change in Wu Wen's attitude. She felt even more complex emotions. She spoke. Then Wu Wen, Lord Wu Yihai has some words for you. Lady, please enlighten me. Wu Wen's expression turned solemn. Lady White Rabbit said shocking words. Actually, Lord Wu Yihai did not want me. What? Wu Wen's expression changed. He was shocked. Lady White Rabbit recalled the scene from before. When she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, a pair of strong hands grasped her shoulders while her mind was in a mess. Next, from the two warm hands, a strong force that could not be resisted pushed Lady White Rabbit out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Lady White Rabbit's expression turned pale. At this moment, she felt like she had failed. But at the next moment she heard Fang Yuan's voice. When I was in Eastern Sea, I was a lone cultivator. I know the pain of lone cultivators very well. Some things, even though they are sweet, there is a price to pay to swallow them. I am sure you have such an understanding now. However, I don't want to take advantage of you. Just as he said that, Lady White Rabbit saw a hand in front of her chest, holding a goo worm. This is a clothing goo, use it first before talking to me. Fang Yuan's voice resounded again. Lady White Rabbit obeyed. The clothing goo turned into clothing that covered her body. When she raised her head again, she saw Fang Yuan smiling at her. Even though I joined Wu Clan, I am still a lone cultivator. I will never be able to change that. This goo worm can be considered as a small favor from a lone cultivator to a lone cultivator, as fellow cultivators. Lady White Rabbit's heart tightened. An indescribable feeling assaulted her body and mind. At once, she choked. Tears appeared in her eyes. Her vision became blurry. But in this blurry vision, Lady White Rabbit could feel Fang Yuan's smile. It was such a gentle smile. It was like the sun shining in her heart, giving her immense warmth. However, if you go back like this, you will not be able to explain yourself. I'm very clear about your intentions in coming here and Wu Wen's intentions. Thus, you need to take this as well. Fang Yuan said as he took out a pair of jade pendants. With his ability, he could create such a mortal item with just a thought. Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she received this pair of jade pendants. From today onwards, you are my concubine. Fang Yuan smiled. Lady White Rabbit grunted softly and nodded. Go ahead and do the immortal opportunity business. But I will not take over. If anything happens, I will help, but I will not show myself. This is something that infringes on the benefits of the other Righteous Path clans. After all, this super goo formation was created by everyone's efforts. I have just arrived in southern border. My foundation is not stable yet. I do not need these small benefits. You are so smart, you should understand, right? Yes, I understand. Lady White Rabbit quickly replied, her voice trembling. Go back, convey my words to Wu Wen and the people around him. I will give you my share of the profits. Fang Yuan chased her away. Lady White Rabbit mustered all her courage, wanting to take another look at Fang Yuan. But she could not do so. She lowered her head, turning around to leave. When her back was facing Fang Yuan, her tears fell like pearls. The situation was much, much better than she had imagined. Wu Yihai's name was deeply engraved in her heart. I understand, I understand. Hearing Lady White Rabbit's words, Wu Wen's forehead was covered in sweat. His earlier smugness was gone. Chapter 1232. On the bed, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air. He found that he was still lying on the bed. The arrangements around him were still intact. This was a defensive Gu formation set up by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was very safe. But Fang Yuan's vigilance was ingrained in his bones. He had to think carefully at all times. Ever since rebirth, he had been cultivating hard and racking his brains. He did not waste any time on unnecessary things. This time sleep was naturally the same. Fang Yuan went into his dream realm to collect materials. He obtained many dream path mortal Gu materials. If I refine them, I should be able to get 5 or 6 dream path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan estimated. His progress in dream path was also very obvious. In the past, he could only obtain a small amount of Gu materials in a dream realm. He could at most refine 1 or 2 dream path mortal Gu. But now, it was different. His gains were much higher. His efficiency in refining dream path mortal Gu had increased by several times. Of course, there was another important factor, the soul. Exploring dream realms would weaken the soul. Thus, the stronger the soul, the longer they could explore the dream realm, and the more damage they could endure from the backlash of the dream realm. There was something worth noting. No matter how strong the soul was, it only provided the most basic conditions. A strong soul could not allow a Gu immortal to travel freely in dream realms. The soul and dream realms were similar to an inappropriate analogy. A dream realm was like a desert. When the soul explores it, it would be like a lost traveler in the desert. The stronger the soul, the better the physique of the lost traveler. They could endure hunger and thirst. They could last longer in the desert. But this did not mean that the lost traveler could walk out of the desert. He could not find his own direction. He could not create food and water in the desert. He could not shrink the desert. He could not leave the desert. But a clear direction. Creating food and water, modifying the desert at the current stage, only dream realms could do that. Why the emphasis on at the current stage? This was because, when the attainment level of each path reached a certain level, they would be able to comprehend other paths and achieve the effects of other paths. In time, fire path, earth path, and other paths could also create unique immortal killer moves. It simulated the effects of the dream path. But there was a big premise here. That was, dream path had to be perfected, and the Gu immortals who could simulate dream path effects had to be familiar with dream path, or even have high dream path attainment. And now, dream path had only just been researched. The various forces and countless Gu immortals had suffered a lot. They did not have much results. There were many dream path Gu worms. There were even wild dream path immortal Gu. However, the dream path was still far from being officially established. There was still a long way to go. He hadn't even created it, let alone perfecting it. It wasn't easy to create a brand new sect. Many water path Gu worms appeared. In the immemorial, remote, and olden antiquity eras, there were countless wild water path Gu worms, and there were even people who refined brand new water path Gu worms. But it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Spirit Affinity House's founder, Fairy Shui Ni, managed to unify everything, taking into account all aspects. She officially created the water path. All the Gu immortals in the 5 regions were helpless against dream path. They knew it was a huge piece of meat, but they could not take it. Many Gu immortals died in dream realms. This happened in all the regions. Southern Border's Gu immortals even suffered heavy casualties. Precisely because of this, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals realized this fact. They had to slow down their exploration of dream realms. They had to advance step by step steadily, carefully. Many Gu immortals were very wary of dream realms. They had devious thoughts. The immortal opportunity business was born in such a situation. If the Righteous Path Gu immortals had the ability to explore dream realms, why would they give such huge benefits to the lone and demonic path outsiders? Thinking of the immortal opportunity business, Fang Yuan sat up from his bed. The immortal opportunity business had to exist for him, but he could not get too involved. The immortal opportunity business had many benefits. On one hand, it could bring huge benefits to the Gu immortals. On the other hand, it could greatly alleviate the conflict between the Righteous Path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. If the righteous path Gu immortals protected the giant dream realm, what would the southern border demonic path and lone immortals think? The righteous path must have obtained huge benefits, but they are not sharing it with us. In the long run, the righteous path will get stronger and we will get weaker. How can we survive? This concerns Great Dream Immortal Venerable's cultivation resources. Who does not want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Why can the righteous path occupy it, but not us? It was just this type of thinking. This type of thinking was very dangerous. Southern Border's righteous path forces were strong, but if they were forced into a corner and the lone and demonic path allied, there might be another battle of Tian Mountain, or a battle like the Blood Battle Martial Competition in Northern Plains. Once the immortal opportunity business started, these lone demonic Gu immortals would realize, oh, so the dream realm is very dangerous. It is nothing much. Currently, the righteous path Gu immortals were powerless. Otherwise, why would they do this business? Why would they let us try the dream realm? The one who thought of the dream realm business was the rank 7 Gu immortal of Wu clan stationed here. He was very scheming. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was stronger. He had the bloodline relationship. He pushed this rank 7 Gu immortal away. Fang Yuan needed stability. The more stable, the better. He needed a stable environment to explore the dream realm here. Thus, in order to prevent the lone and demonic path from attacking this place, the immortal opportunity business had to continue. But Fang Yuan could not participate, because not all the righteous path clans participated in this business. This was a crucial point. Simply put, it was an uneven distribution of loot. Wu clan and the other 6 or 7 righteous path Gu immortals obtained benefits, while the other half of the clans did not participate. This situation was very reasonable. Gu immortals were moved by the benefits. Of course, the fewer the participants, wouldn't they get more? Thus, the result was that once this immortal opportunity business was exposed, all the Gu immortals involved would not be able to escape. They would definitely be punished, because this was the rule of the righteous path. This was a trap. Fang Yuan could not fall into it. Wuan and the rest wanted to rope him in, but Fang Yuan knew. Once this scandal was exposed, even if he was the owner of the 2 immortal Gu, Wu Yang's brother, he would not be able to stay here. It would be very risky. Fang Yuan naturally would not take such a risk. Why did he try so hard to get in here? It was just a dream realm. Especially when Wu Yong was not biased towards his brother, Li Hai. His attitude would depend on the specific situation. But as long as Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, and was the owner of the immortal Gu here, the possibility of Wu Yong sending him away was very small. Fang Yuan could see all of this clearly. This was thanks to his previous life of 500 years. Even though his cultivation level was not high, he had been in the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. He had incomparable life experience. This allowed him to be in the righteous path without the restrictions of Wu Yihai's lone cultivator status. He was very clear about the political situation here. He knew how a righteous path Gu immortal should play this game of life. Thus, he recruited Lady White Rabbit. At the crucial moment, he abandoned her and said that he did not know about this. Regarding the immortal opportunity business, Fang Yuan also gave the profits to Lady White Rabbit. This was a benefit that he absolutely could not touch. He was not like the demonic path and lone cultivators who would fight and kill any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. The righteous path could not play like this. Some profits could be taken in, some profits could not be touched. But what if he rejected? What if he rejected Lady White Rabbit and Wuan? That would be even more inappropriate. If Fang Yuan did this, even though he would not be in danger of being exposed, he would offend the Gu immortals of those 6 or 7 clans. These people had vested interests. Fang Yuan would not do it. Without someone taking the lead, they would not dare to do it. These people had a very bad impression of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the Super Gu formation, but he had already offended these political allies of Wu clan. They were all offended. And those other clans that did not participate in the immortal opportunity business, like Ba clan, Tai clan, Shang clan, and others, were all eyeing Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan did this, he would be harming himself, he would be as stupid as he could be. The result now was very good. The Immortal opportunity business continued. His political allies were happy. Ba Clan and the others watched from the side, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who was filled with his henchmen. In the future, if this matter was exposed, Fang Yuan would sacrifice Lady White Rabbit, saying that he doted on her, but to think that she was so daring she actually did such a thing behind his back. He was deceived, he did not know anything. All in all, Fang Yuan could advance and retreat freely. As for the profits, Fang Yuan could only give them up. He did not lack resources now. The sovereign Immortal aperture had so many cultivation resources that most rank 7 Gu Immortals would feel ashamed of themselves. Next, I will try to enter this dream realm. Fang Yuan prepared to move. At the same time, in Northern Plains, the blood battle martial competition was nearing its end. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang did not appear from start to end, but their influence could be felt from start to finish. Chu Du's expression was unsightly. The situation was very disadvantageous to his side. Hao Zhen was defeated, he held his left shoulder with his right hand. His injuries were severe, his entire left arm was severed, the wound was filled with Dao marks, it was very difficult to heal. Northern Plains' righteous path has deep foundations indeed. Chu Du sighed, he fell into the awkward situation of having no one to send. Hao Zhen's expression was filled with hatred, he said unwillingly, Lord Chu Du, I have a friend who has higher battle strength than me, but he has been cultivating in seclusion, he is not famous. Chu Du was happy and suspicious. Oh? Why didn't you recommend him earlier? Hao Zhen had a difficult expression, he transmitted carefully, there is only one problem, he cultivates blood path. Chu Du's expression turned solemn, he denied without hesitation, absolutely not. Any blood path Gu Immortal is a demonic path Gu Immortal. This blood battle martial competition is an internal conflict of our righteous path. How can we drag in a blood path demon? Once he was dragged in, the other party could easily slander Chu Du's side and say that they were demonic path members. All of Chu Du's previous efforts had gone up in smoke. Chapter 1233. Our Combat Immortal sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lad, since you were recommended by my senior brother, you should know the rules of our Combat Immortal sect. It is based on battle results. In Fang Yuan's vision, a Gu master looked down at him as he continued, if you want to become an official disciple of our Combat Immortal sect, then have a good fight. The remaining 10 out of 100 people will have the qualifications to join the sect. Combat Immortal sect. Why is it such a dream? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not join Combat Immortal sect when he was alive. It seems that he absorbed the souls in the door of life and death and obtained a large amount of cultivation experience. Was it created from that? Fang Yuan guessed. At this time, the Gu master had already taken out 3 Gu worms. The first Gu worm was a caterpillar, light blue and the size of an adult's thumb. On its head, there was a sharp horn. The second Gu worm was a butterfly, bright red and giving off a warm aura. The third Gu worm was a toad, it had the texture of a rock and was gray. In the dream realm, the Gu master continued, these 3 Gu worms are Water Arrow Gu, Fire Cloak Gu, and Spirit Saliva Gu. You are already a rank 1 Gu master, choose one. Can I only choose one? Fang Yuan asked. Everyone can only choose one. The Gu master in charge replied expressionlessly. Fang Yuan nodded, he thought carefully, Water Arrow Gu is undoubtedly used for attacking, but it is not outstanding among offensive Gu worms. Fire Cloak Gu is used for defense, forming a fire cloak. It has some effect of burning the enemy. And Spirit Saliva Gu can give the Gu master the ability to heal injuries. It is fine if I choose all of them. But if I can only choose one, it means I have to cooperate with others for this test. The Gu master in front of me said that there are 100 people, but only 10 spots are left. I want to explore this dream realm. I am afraid I have to follow the dream realm and obtain one of these 10 spots. I choose Fire Cloak Gu. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying. He had to make full use of every second. Exploring the dream realm was very precious. His soul would be constantly being worn away by the dream. Once his soul weakened to the point where it underwent a qualitative change, Fang Yuan's ability to think and understand would be greatly reduced. This would cause Fang Yuan to be unable to distinguish between dream and reality, and not know whether he was dreaming or not. In the end, his soul was trapped in a dream. Completely destroyed, Fang Yuan only had a body left in this world. He ended up in a miserable state like those southern border Gu immortals. Exploring dreams is dangerous. Especially when Fang Yuan was exploring alone, there was no one to take care of him. If something went wrong and Fang Yuan couldn't save himself, it would be terrible. But who could be trusted by Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had no choice but to pay a price and take some risks in order to achieve a breakthrough in his realm. Of course, my word. I have my trump cards, unlike other Gu immortals who charge around blindly and rely on luck. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately activated the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Large numbers of Dream Path Mortal Gu were expended. A mystical power appeared in front of Fang Yuan. A Gu master suddenly appeared. The previous Gu master had a shocked expression, asking the Gu master who appeared, "Senior brother, why are you here?" The senior brother said to the junior brother, "I am here to take a look." Junior brother, "Give spirit saliva Gu to this child too." "But senior brother, you are cheating like this. If we are found out?" The junior brother said awkwardly. The senior brother smiled. "Don't worry, spirit saliva Gu is used secretly, there are no external signs." Fang Yuan observed carefully. Although he had a chance to get close, Fang Yuan purposely chose to dodge. After a while, the young man was silent. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly walked forward. "The current me can completely disqualify you, how about it? Join me, we will work together to deal with the others. I am very sincere." "Umph," the young man snorted. "You want the two of us to deal with the other 98 people? You are too naive. You offended Duke Long's son. You actually want to snatch his woman, you want to join Combat Immortal sect this time? You are dreaming. I would rather forfeit than offend Duke Long's son." Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this case, wouldn't he have to face all the other youngsters participating in the test alone? This so-called Duke Long's son was truly a scammer. No wonder Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals suffered huge casualties recently. The difficulty of this dream realm is extremely high. It is even harder than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan slowly retreated, because he found that he was surrounded. About 30 youngsters formed a group and surrounded him from all directions. "By Xiang Grotto Heaven. I succeeded," Bai Ningbing said plainly. His gaze was still cold, his expression was plain, but his appearance was in a sorry state. His whole body was pitch black, like a mutton skewer that had been roasted on charcoal countless times. When he opened his mouth to speak, sparks could be seen coming out of his throat. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit looked at him and nodded. "You actually hid fire in your body and took away the raging wave rising dragon fire. Do you know that this method is extremely dangerous? There is only a small chance of success. If you fail, you will be burned to ashes." "No matter what, I succeeded." Bai Ningbing supported himself with all his might. When he spoke, it was extremely difficult for him to spit out each word. He had to rely entirely on his strong willpower. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit chuckled. "Since you succeeded, you are the owner of this grotto heaven. This old man greets young master." Bai Ningbing nodded. He had no strength to say anything. He felt that if he said another word, he would faint. But if he fainted, according to Ing Wu Xie's instructions, he would not be able to control the raging wave rising dragon fire in his body, he would be burned to ashes instantly. At this time, Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke again. "Young master, your current situation is very dangerous. If you are careless, you will be burned to ashes, not even your soul will remain. It would be fine if you had the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, but you have the northern dark ice soul physique. This old man has a cultivation method that is very suitable for young master's current state. This goo refinement method uses the goo immortal as a goo material, using the raging wave rising dragon fire to refine it together. It can allow young master to break away from the human race and turn into a dragon man among variant humans. Dragon man? Bai Ningbing stared with wide eyes, feeling shocked internally. The legends of Rinzhu did not mention anything about dragon men. There is such a branch among variant humans? Even though Bai Ningbing did not speak, Bai Xiang heavenly spirit seemed to know his doubts. The heavenly spirit continued, there is indeed no record of it in the legends of Rinzhu, because dragon men were created by a human great expert, Duke Long. Their original purpose was to extend lifespan. Duke Long was a goo immortal of the celestial court. He had great battle strength. He was like sword immortal Bo Qing of that era. He proposed the concept of humans being dragons. He combined refinement path and transformation path to create a new variant human race, the Dragon Man. Bai Ningbing was even more shocked internally. He thought, who is this Duke Long? Even though I have only ascended to an immortal for a short period of time, my knowledge is not lacking. I am even more knowledgeable than ordinary goo immortals. Since Duke Long is someone like Bo Qing, why is there no record of him in the history of goo immortals? Chapter 12:34. Bai Ningbing naturally knew that land spirits and heavenly spirits were left behind by the goo immortals' obsessions. They fused with the heavenly power of the immortal aperture to form a special existence. Because of their obsessions, land spirits and heavenly spirits had conditions to acknowledge them as their master. They could not lie. But land spirits and heavenly spirits could not lie. That did not mean they could not speak nonsense. If land spirits and heavenly spirits accepted the wrong information but believed it, they would not be lying when they said it. Bai Xiang heavenly spirits' words were unimaginable. Bo Qing was Bo Qing because he was rarely seen in human history. What was Bo Qing's title? He split the 5 regions with a sword, a pseudo-immortal venerable who lived for the sake of love. He was publicly recognized as someone who was second only to rank 9 goo venerables among all goo immortals in history. Such a person in the long river of history would be like the moonlight in the night sky, eye-catching. If this so-called Duke Long was a great expert like Bo Qing, how could he not be recorded in history? Bai Ningbing was filled with doubts. But this time, Bai Xiang heavenly spirit did not answer his doubts. He said, young master, your life is hanging by a thread. Only by using the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method and turning yourself into a dragon man can you resolve your current danger. However, this method is very dangerous. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit said this and frowned deeply. He sighed before continuing. You must know that goo refinement has a strict requirement for goo materials. A skilled refinement path great expert would even check how many Dao marks each goo material has. As for the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method, it uses the goo immortal as an immortal material to refine. But this immortal material differs from person to person. Every goo immortal had many Dao marks and which path they belonged to, they were all different. Thus, the success rate of this method is not high. If young master had the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, or if you cultivated transformation path or refinement path, you would be more confident. But young master has the other extreme, the northern dark ice soul physique. Sigh. If you use this method, the success rate is less than 1%. And during the goo refinement process, all of the Dao marks on your body will affect the final result. Young master, all of your ice and snow Dao marks might vanish. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. Ice snow Dao marks will vanish. Doesn't that mean I have the Information Path Alliance agreement and the Transformation Dao marks? Will it also disappear? His heart suddenly became excited. All along, what troubled him was the Transformation Dao marks. Back then, on southern borders Qing Mao Mountain, because of rotation goo, he turned from male to female. Now, if he used phantom aperture and became a goo immortal temporarily, his transformation path Dao marks would be suppressed. From then on, he turned into a man. If he did not use the phantom aperture and turned back into a mortal, the transformation Dao mark would turn him into a female again. Of course, The information path Dao mark related to the Shadow Sex alliance was the biggest shackle that restricted Bai Ningbing's freedom. How could he, Bai Ningbing, be willing to be under someone else? It was just that he hadn't been able to find a good way all this while. I will use this method. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She struggled and used all her strength to spit out these 4 words. Zhongzhou State, Celestial Court. A female immortal. She was holding an information path goo worm, inspecting it carefully. She wore an embroidered purple robe, her skin was white as snow, her hair hung down to her waist, unable to conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in a layer of sadness. It was the Wisdom Path Great Expert who replaced Inkstone. The temporary leader of Celestial Court, Fairy Immortal. She retracted her consciousness from the information path goo worm, her lips curled up into a smile. Love actually acknowledged Zhao Lianyun? Interesting. Fairy Immortal was not surprised. She knew a lot of history's secrets. Love's records in history had always been unreliable. Back then, it acknowledged the Inkman Mo Yao. Now that it acknowledged the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, what was so strange about that? Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders could not make a decision, so they threw this problem to me? They have become smarter. Fairy Myrtle sighed again. Spirit Affinity House was not having a good time recently. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, even though Bo Qing died and turned into an immortal zombie, he played a very important role. In the past, it was Sword Immortal Bo Qing who was recruited by Spirit Affinity House. Bo Qing's sword light rampaged in Central Continent, causing huge damage to Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects, and even the Celestial Court's goo immortals. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain ended, Spirit Affinity House faced huge pressure. Whether or not to acknowledge Zhao Lianyun as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, these supreme elders could not make up their minds. Whether to acknowledge or not was a difficult decision. He reported this problem to Fairy Ziwei. It seemed like he was trying to avoid responsibility. But Fairy Myrtle did not feel any disgust towards it, because she was originally from Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle was once a Spirit Affinity House goo immortal. She had outstanding aptitude and became rank 8 before Celestial Court accepted her. Even though the 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of Celestial Court, their relationship was not as simple as superiors and subordinates. Many goo immortals who became members of Celestial Court would never forget to take care of their sections. And the descendants of these sects, if they were recruited by Celestial Court, would become the natural political allies of these goo immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle was naturally biased towards Spirit Affinity House, and was willing to solve this problem for Spirit Affinity House. In fact, she and Fairy Bai Qing had some bloodline relationship. And Fairy Bai Qing was Feng Kim Huang's mother, while Feng Kim Huang was competing with Zhao Lianyun for the position of Fairy, neither was willing to give in. If Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders approved of Zhao Lianyun, it would be the same as rejecting Feng Kim Huang. Thus, they had to report this to Fairy Myrtle and let her decide. But such a problem was not a problem for Fairy Myrtle. She was about to reply using an information path goo worm when she suddenly felt a tremor. This tremor was very small, to the point that Fairy Myrtle almost thought it was an illusion. But soon, the tremor occurred again, this time with a greater intensity than before. Fairy Myrtle stood up in shock. She could not help but be shocked, because she was currently in Celestial Court. Celestial Court was an important place that had been in operation for countless years. It had extremely tight defenses. Why would there be tremors for no reason? The tremors continued. This abnormality attracted the attention of more and more goo immortals. Granny Sha stopped refining goo, her face filled with shock. Wei Ling Yang walked out of his hall, observing the situation. Fairy Myrtle could not sit still anymore. She also walked out of the hall. Next, she could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon amidst the tremors. The dragon roar was getting louder and louder. The intensity of the tremors in Celestial Court. It continued to rise. Under Fairy Myrtle's shocked gaze, a dragon-shaped pillar of light shot into the sky from the depths of Celestial Court. Isn't that the depths of the immortal graveyard? Did a predecessor awaken? Fairy Myrtle frowned. At this time, Granny Xia and Wei Lingyang came to her. This is happening in the depths of the immortal graveyard. I'm afraid a predecessor of Celestial Court has awakened. I just don't know which one it is. Granny Xia expressed her judgment. Wei Lingyang said, the immortal graveyard is unfathomable. It is extremely mysterious, even we do not know how many Gu immortals are sleeping inside. But even Celestial Court is shaking to such an extent, the person who awakened this time is definitely not ordinary. Granny Xia nodded. She was also someone who had awakened from her slumber. But when she woke up, Celestial Court was quiet as usual, there were no movements at all. It was a stark contrast to the scene in front of her. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. Won't we know if we go and take a look? The three immortals flew to the depths of the immortal graveyard, only to see an empty grassland. A deep pit had appeared. At the bottom of the pit, there was an old man who was as dry as a stick. The old man saw the three Gu immortals. He opened his eyes with difficulty, saying weakly, "Water, water." Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and used her healing methods. Granny Xia and Wei Lingyang looked at each other. There was a huge commotion earlier, to think that after seeing him, this person was actually so weak. This was very surprising. My healing methods are not working. At this time, Fairy Myrtle frowned, saying suddenly. Wei Lingyang quickly went forward and used all his methods, but there was no effect on the old man. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, "Not good, this senior is very strange, my methods are not working. Senior's chances of survival are already very slim. If this goes on, I'm afraid that in 10 minutes, you will completely perish." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined as she analyzed. Earlier, Senior said water, it must be some kind of water that can save him. Ordinary water will not work. What kind of water is it? Granny Xia was a refinement path expert. She used her healing methods as she said, there are 3 fires and 3 waters in the world. They are all rank 9 immortal materials, no matter what they are, the Celestial Court has them in storage, just take them. But the 3 waters were taken out, there was no effect. The old man's breathing was almost non-existent, he was in grave danger. The 3 immortals were extremely anxious, what should they do? Fairy Myrtle suddenly pointed at the old man's forehead. There are 2 protrusions on Senior's forehead, they look like rocks, what are they? Granny Xia got this reminder and had a flash of inspiration. I know what water it is. She quickly took out True Dragon Heavenly Water and poured this rank 8 immortal material into the old man's mouth. After getting this water, the old man's vitality started to flourish, his skin started to expand, soon his Adam's apple started to move, he actually had the strength to drink the water. The effect was instant. The 3 immortals were overjoyed. After the old man drank half a kilogram of True Dragon Heavenly Water, he stretched out his hand and pushed Granny Xia away. Granny Xia understood, she stopped drinking True Dragon Heavenly Water. The old man stood up shakily. He was completely different now. His loose skin was filled up, his face looked more like a human, it was no longer like a skeleton. He opened his yellow eyes and looked at the 3 immortals, sighing, "This is my final life. True Dragon Heavenly Water is not useful anymore. Half a kilogram is enough, any more would be a waste." I sensed someone using the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method. I smelled the scent of destiny. I had to wake up. You are Duke Long." Fairy Myrtle stared with wide eyes, stuttering. "I am ashamed, it is me." Chapter 12:35. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun was brought to a small secret room. Where is this? She opened her eyes and looked around. This secret room was very quiet. There was a kind of tranquility that seeped into every brick and every inch of the walls of this secret room. The secret room was not bright. There was a kind of dim light that resembled candlelight. It was like silk lingering in the room. Zhao Lianyun could barely see it. "Come here." From this light, an old voice could be heard. Zhao Lianyun obeyed, walking towards the source of the voice. As she got closer, she found a person who was the same as the voice. She was also an old person. She was Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Lianyun with a deep gaze. She looked at the love goo on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Her gaze was slightly moved, but she quickly calmed down. Kneel. First Supreme Elder said. Zhao Lianyun only felt that this old lady, even though she was old at their first meeting, she had a kind of supreme authority. Her plain tone contained a force that made people have no choice but to obey her. Thus, Zhao Lianyun lowered her head. She saw a cushion on the ground. She knelt on the cushion. Her upper body was straight, as she looked at the old lady in front of her. But the old lady said, "Look ahead." Zhao Lianyun looked straight ahead, and the light in the secret room suddenly brightened. Zhao Lianyun exclaimed and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Because she could clearly see that on the wall right in front of her, there were many small tablets that looked like stones and jade hung densely together. These are all life tablet goo. Every person's name on the tablet was once a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. From the first generation until now. First Supreme Elder said slowly. Zhao Lianyun's breathing became rough. She looked at the wall in front of her. There were countless life tablets. She was dazzled. At the top left corner, there was the first life tablet. The first generation fairy's name was Shui Ni. The second generation fairy's name was Sun Yu. The third generation fairy's name was Hui Exin. She also saw Mo Yao and Lian Xiang. Let her know the name. Zhao Lianyun looked at these names and found it increasingly difficult to breathe. She was like a child, looking up at the night sky, watching the twinkling stars in the sky. She knew these names. They were the stars of the goo immortal world. Almost every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies were famous Central Continent goo immortals. They were out of this world, outstanding and outstanding. They were like pearls that were strung together, connecting the past and the future, interweaving the countless splendor and brilliance of Spirit Affinity House's long history. Zhao Lianyun was in a daze. At this moment, First Supreme Elder suddenly spoke. From today onwards, you are my Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Your life tablet goo will be hung at the last position on the wall. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat. She widened her eyes and looked at the old lady beside her. Her surprise was intertwined with countless doubts. How could this be? I'm not dreaming, am I? According to Spirit Affinity House's rules, I am not qualified. Saying so, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly shifted her gaze towards love goo on her shoulder. Is it because of this goo? First Supreme Elder nodded. This is love goo. You have already obtained love goo's recognition. Zhao Lianyun woke up from her coma. She was already in this secret room. She did not know what love goo looked like. But she knew that love goo was Spirit Affinity House's ultimate goo. Is this love goo? Zhao Lianyun's body shook intensely. Her tone also changed. First Supreme Elder nodded again. Zhao Lianyun breathed heavily. Great joy descended upon her heart, and then quickly overflowed, making her feel as if she had been hit in the head by great happiness. But this happiness came too suddenly. It was too huge. She did not even show any expression of joy. Instead, she revealed a trace of fear and unease. She was afraid that this was all fake. She was afraid that this was just a dream after she fainted. Thus, she opened her eyes wide and asked First Supreme Elder nervously, why? There were too many questions in this why. Why did Love Goo choose her? Why did she become Spirit Affinity House's fairy? What was the reason for all of this? The First Supreme Elder did not reply directly. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, you must have read The Legends of Renzu as well. In one of the chapters, it says so. Renzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to move forward because of fear. He continued to walk forward. On this day, while he was walking, he heard a voice behind him. Oh Renzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me. Renzu stopped. He turned around and saw a snowman running in front of him. What do you want, snowman? Renzu asked curiously. The snowman panted, Oh Renzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are afraid of fire, but I want to prove that this is not the case. I have traveled the world, I have already conquered the bright light glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone cauldron fire in the ground, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I recently heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world. It is called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can burn all life forms in the world to ashes. I don't believe it. I heard that you just obtained love goo, so I wanted to give it a try. Fire of love? Renzu was curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. Thus, he summoned Love Gu and asked, "Oh Gu, can you use the fire of love?" Love Gu answered, "I can, but I cannot." Renzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, "What do you mean by you can, but you cannot?" Love Gu explained, "I can because I need to use the fire of love. I cannot do it without me. I cannot because I alone cannot do it. I need at least 2 hearts." 2 hearts? The snowman was a little worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and firm. It gave off a strong pressure. The snowman said, "This is my heart of conquest, but I only have 1 heart." Renzu said, "It is fine. I have a heart too." Renzu originally had a heart, but he gave it to the Hope Gu. Afterwards, he had a heart of loneliness. Self Gu was residing in it. He still had a heart of unwillingness. Thus, this time, he took out the heart of unwillingness. The heart of unwillingness was shriveled. It was thin and small, because this heart's blood and effort were almost all gone. Renzu had once used almost all of his heart's blood and effort in ordinary abyss to grow the plants of achievement. Love Gu flew into the heart of unwillingness and flew out again. It flew into the heart of conquest and flew out again. It flew into the air and said, "All right, if you want the fire of love, use 2 hearts to collide." The snowman and Renzu held the heart of conquest and the heart of unwillingness as they collided. With a loud sound, sparks were created. The sparks grew in the air, burning into flames. The fire of love. The fire of love burned Renzu's heart of unwillingness, burning it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Renzu was stunned. Love Gu said, "Love has its own price. I am willing to do it." The snowman laughed loudly. "Oh Renzu, thankfully you have 2 hearts, otherwise, without a heart, you would have died." Next, the snowman looked at the heart of conquest in her hand. The fire of love shrouded this heart, making it shine even brighter. The snowman did not care. "What? This fire of love is only superficial. It does not have the heat of bright light glorious ring fire. It does not have the weight of azure divine stone cauldron fire. It does not have the chaos of raging wave rising dragon fire." As she spoke, she placed the heart of conquest in her chest. But next, her body burst into flames. Like a snowflake under sunlight, it started to melt rapidly. She was shocked. She quickly waved her hand, trying to extinguish the fire of love. But the fire of love could not be extinguished. Eventually, the snowman completely melted. Only a heart was left. It was burning with a huge fire. Renzu was very shocked. He could sense the strength of this snowman, but he did not expect her to vanish like this. The fire of love is so terrifying. Renzu sighed. Love Gu said, "The result of love varies according to the heart. The snowman's heart is the heart of conquest, while your heart is the heart of unwillingness, and it was burned into nothingness. That is why this result happened. Actually, when the fire of love burns, there are good results as well. The results of love vary, and every love is an adventure." Renzu suddenly thought of something. He said excitedly, "Love Gu, you said earlier that love can make people willing to do it. This is great. I want to fall in love with the feathermen. I want them to fly for me willingly. I want to save my daughter from ordinary abyss." At this time, a voice could be heard, "Father, father." From the fire on the heart of conquest, a boy jumped out. He was blazing glory lightning brilliance. Blazing glory lightning brilliance went into Renzu's embrace, calling out, "Father, father, so I have a sister. I support you, let's go save her together." Renzu was overjoyed. He rubbed blazing glory lightning brilliance's head. "My son, you are so obedient and sensible." Renzu brought blazing glory lightning brilliance and set off again. Not long after, they returned to the gathering place of the Feathermen. Ren Zhu took out his heart of loneliness. He asked the Feathermen, "Do you all have hearts?" The Feathermen replied, "We all have hearts of freedom." Ren Zhu smiled, "Then let us love each other. I also have hearts, I also have love goo." The Feathermen shook their heads. The heart of freedom will be burned by the fire of love. The process of pursuing love was the process of losing freedom. Ren Zhu insisted, "The result of love varies according to the heart. Don't just look at one heart, I have the heart of loneliness." But no matter how Ren Zhu persuaded, the Feathermen did not agree. Chapter 12:36. Ren Zhu was helpless. He could only ask for love goo. "Oh goo, they do not want to love me, you have to help me, ignite the flame of love in our hearts." Love goo sighed, "This is beyond my ability. I cannot force others to love, no matter which heart it is, it has to be the one to collide with." Ren Zhu shook his head, "No, this is a great chance to save my daughter, I cannot give up like this. Self goo, it is up to you." Self goo nodded, using its strength. It had once swallowed a mouthful of strength goo, now Ren Zhu had his own strength. Thus, these Feathermen were captured by Ren Zhu, their hearts were dug out for Ren Zhu to collide with. But no matter how they collided, no two hearts could collide with the spark of love. Love goo sighed, "Oh Ren Zhu, you cannot force others to love, it will only attract hatred." It had just said that when a goo worm appeared in front of Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu took a look, it was indeed hatred goo. Hatred goo caused all the Feathermen to have a common enemy. They shouted, "Oh Ren Zhu, you are too much bullying us like this. We will make you pay the price." Thus, these Feathermen flew together, many light fireflies flew out of their bodies, they were all wild freedom goo. Freedom goo merged into one, forming an incomparably huge freedom goo. This freedom goo easily snatched away Ren Zhu's love goo. From now on, love is free. This huge freedom goo said. Ren Zhu's self goo quickly attacked, wanting to snatch it, but it could not match freedom goo, it could only bite love goo. Self goo said angrily, "Love is also one's own." Zhao Lianyun listened to First Supreme Elder's narration, she was still in a daze. The legends of Ren Zhu was a fable, although it was widely spread in this world. Zhao Lianyun had seen it many times in her childhood, she only treated it as a pure story. To speak the truth, she had not expected that this dignified granny would talk about the legends of Ren Zhu in such a solemn atmosphere. Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Lianyun's expression. He knew that she had never placed any importance on the legends of Ren Zhu's. Thus, First Supreme Elder said, "The love goo on your shoulder might be rank 9, but it has a huge flaw." "What drawbacks?" Zhao Lianyun hurriedly asked. "That is, it can never be refined." The First Supreme Elder said solemnly. "What do you mean? Goo immortals cannot do it?" Zhao Lianyun asked. First Supreme Elder smiled. "Forget about goo immortals, even rank 9 venerables cannot do it. In history, many venerables had tried. Giant Sun Immortal even tried to refine this goo for 3 years, day and night, but he still failed miserably." Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this secret. So in this world, there are things that even the Celestial Supremes and Demon Supremes can't do. She couldn't help but sigh. The venerables of history can only be said to have the strongest battle strength, they are invincible in the world. But they are not omnipotent. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to seek long-hair ancestors' help in goo refinement. From this, it can be seen. First Supreme Elder's tone was still calm. Thus, love goo cannot be controlled. It is free and no one can control it. Supreme Great Elder concluded. But why? Zhao Lianyun wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at love goo on her shoulder. In her vision, love goo was still as dazzling as before, it was a dazzling sight. First Supreme Elder said, "This is love goo taking the initiative to acknowledge you. Even though this is rare, it has happened many times in the history of our sect. The most recent time was Fairy Mo Yao. Why would it acknowledge me? Zhao Lianyun was curious. First Supreme Elder shook her head. I am not sure. But there are 2 points in the experience of our sect. Firstly, someone needs to believe in love to gain its acknowledgement. This is the foundation. Secondly, someone already has love in their heart. Furthermore, the stronger the love, the higher the chance of gaining Love Gu's acknowledgement. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun blinked as she listened. She then realized that it was because she loved Ma Hongyun deeply and was even willing to give up her life for Ma Hongyun. This attracted Love Gu and obtained Love Gu's acknowledgement. As for Feng Kim Hong, why couldn't she? It was simple. She did not have anyone she loved. Love was not familial love or friendship. First Supreme Elder continued. Precisely because Love Gu cannot be controlled. To use love, you need to gain Love Gu's acknowledgement first. Thus, ever since our sect was created, there has been a rule. That is, anyone who gains Love Gu's acknowledgement, be it male or female, will be our sect's fairy of this generation. Zhao Lianyun blinked. Why are there males among the fairies? The First Supreme Elder smiled and said, Our sect has many women, but there are also many men. How can there be none? Look at the middle token, it has Xing Yushan's name, and look at the bottom right one, it has Qian Yuan Liang's name. They are all famous infatuated men in our sect's history. Actually, Love Gu has many wondrous things. For example, Love Gu has a different image in different people's eyes. Tell me, what are you looking at now? Zhao Lianyun answered honestly, myriad rays of light, dazzling and dazzling. First Supreme Elder nodded. In my eyes, it is gray and dull, like a pebble on the side of the road. How can that be? First Supreme Elder chuckled, but her gaze was filled with vicissitudes. I have stopped believing in love long ago. Love Gu has such an image in my eyes. Among the past fairies, Love Gu's image is also different. Some see clear water, some see a peach blossom. There are all sorts of images. There is no end to them. Also, the effect of love is also different. Please give me some pointers, Lord. Zhao Lianyun said. First Supreme Elder continued. Normally speaking, a Gu worm, be it mortal or immortal, has a fixed effect of one type. For example, Water Arrow Gu. From start to finish, it only uses water arrows. But Love Gu is different. It can be said to be omnipotent. It has endless effects. It can fire, heal, and provide protection. Zhao Lianyun became more and more joyful as he listened. He shouted, Amazing! First Supreme Elder shook his head. Love Gu is a rank 9 Gu. It is naturally not ordinary. It has endless effects, but it cannot be controlled. If you want it to attack, it will take you away. If you want protection, it will heal you. Many times, if you want it to do its job, it will remain silent. If you don't want it to do its job, it will jump around and display its power. Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel dejected, but he quickly regained his spirits. Even so, it is a rank 9 Immortal Gu. As long as any of its effects are displayed, it will definitely be extraordinary. First Supreme Elder, you are right. But you forgot one thing. No power comes out of nowhere, there is a price to pay for it. Every time Love Gu shows its power, it will take away something from you. Zhao Lianyun became nervous. What kind of thing? The most common is immortal essence. But you are not a Gu immortal yet. It will take away your beauty, your vision, and even your lifespan. First Supreme Elder said solemnly. Zhao Lianyun's expression turned pale. She could not help but look at Love Gu on her shoulder again. But at this moment, her gaze became very different from before. Who knows, this immortal Gu might become my death warrant. If that is the case, I need to make use of my time. Zhao Lianyun had a realization. She gathered her spirits and said to First Supreme Elder, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will save Ma Hongyun. Lord, if I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, can I use the sect's power to return to Northern Plains? First Supreme Elder did not immediately reply to Zhao Lianyun this time. She had a complex expression on her face. Some time ago, when the Celestial Court's Duke Long woke up, the news spread and the 10 great ancient sects were shaken. Duke Long was strong, he was on the same level as Bo Qing. Furthermore, He had created a brand new race, the Dragon Men, all by himself. In other words, he was the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He was a legend, but he was not famous, he was hidden in the river of history. Even among the 10 great ancient sects, not everyone knew about him. Duke Long's seniority was unimaginably high. After he woke up, Fairy Myrtle immediately gave up her leadership position and handed it over to Duke Long. The other Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were not convinced. Duke Long used information path methods and learned of the changes. He personally gave the order to make Zhao Lianyun the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Not only that, Duke Long even gave Zhao Lianyun a phantom aperture, allowing her to become a Gu Immortal. Even more exaggerated was that he ordered the 10 great ancient sects to cooperate with Zhao Lianyun and form a rescue team, preparing to go to Northern Plains to save Ma Hongyun after some time. The 10 great ancient sects were in an uproar, but no one was convinced. Because of historical reasons, no one dared to question Duke Long's arrangements for Love Gu. This information was not something that Zhao Lianyun could know. First Supreme Elder also did not want her to know these things. Zhao Lianyun was kneeling in front of her now. She had been unconscious for many days. She definitely didn't know that with her at the center, the entire 10 great ancient sects were stirring up a turbulent and unpredictable undercurrent storm. Zhao Lianyun saw that First Supreme Elder was not replying to her. She became even more nervous. She was afraid that First Supreme Elder would say something like, "Impossible." But First Supreme Elder said, "Zhao Lianyun, you are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained a thieving heaven true inheritance. Perhaps you will be the most special generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Maybe it is because of this uniqueness of yours. Don't worry, your matter has alerted the Celestial Court. The 10 great ancient sects will help. With you as the core, they will form an elite team and go to Northern Plains to save your lover, Ma Hongyun." This was the habit of Wu Yihai's Eastern Sea lone cultivators. He had not adjusted to it yet. Lone and secluded cultivators liked to cultivate in seclusion. A small portion, like Bard, thought that Fang Yuan was doing this on purpose, to deal with their political methods. Nobody thought of it. Fang Yuan was actually secretly exploring the Dream Realm. In the Dream Realm, it was a crucial moment. Young Master Long had already gained the upper hand in the battle. He laughed heartily at Fang Yuan. "You no longer have any chance. There is no hope of victory. If you surrender now, you can save your face." Fang Yuan was covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he gritted his teeth, not speaking. This dream realm was already at the 7th scene. Fang Yuan's cultivation level in the dream realm had also risen to rank 5. But Duke Long's son had higher cultivation level than him. He was at rank 5 peak stage. Not just that, Duke Long had many outstanding Gu worms, and his Dragon Man physique, be it the defensive strength of his dragon scales or the recovery speed of his dragon blood, they were comparable to ordinary rank 5 Gu. This advantage was too huge. Be it cultivation level, Gu worms, or his human physique, Fang Yuan was suppressed by Duke Long. The fact that the two could fight until now had already shocked the spectators in the dream realm. In their opinion, even though Fang Yuan's spirit was worthy of praise, the result of this battle was already decided. Right now, you only have less than 5% of your primeval essence left. Let's see how you block my attacks. Duke Long shouted as he pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, his gaze was still clear. He was calculating the time in his mind. After his previous failures, he already knew that this scene did not require Fang Yuan to defeat Duke Long's son, but to stall for time, to stall for enough time. Once the time was up, there would be a change. 7 breaths of time left. This time I have to stake it all. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. The imposing Duke Long's son was taking large strides towards Fang Yuan, but he suddenly tripped on a rock and fell flat on his face. The whole place went silent. Those female Gu masters who had been cheering for Duke Long's son since the start of the battle also shut their mouths. How could I make such a mistake? Duke Long's face was as smooth as jade. but now it was flushed red. He was extremely embarrassed and furious. He quickly got up and shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan could only barely support his body. His injuries were too severe. He was simply waiting for death. The whole place went into an uproar again. Countless people cheered for Duke Long's son. Go, Duke Long's son. Defeat this challenger who doesn't know his place. Oh my, I will engrave this scene in my heart. Duke Long's son is so heroic. If I could stand beside him, how good would that be? Still not succeeding? Lady Wanshou frowned. She was a little angry. Ma Hongyun had been refined by lightning many times. Even though he was in a sorry state each time, he had never lost an arm or a leg. He was still intact. Moreover, his cultivation level had unknowingly risen to rank 5 peak stage. This made Lady Wanshou speechless. The Immortal Killer move was activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A surging blue wave appeared out of thin air and swept towards the mud crab majestically. The swamp crab was huge. It could not dodge in time and was swept away by the wave. But the swamp crab did not budge. Its body was too heavy. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal's lips curled up into a smile of victory. His 10 fingers moved even faster. The afterimages of his fingers lingered in the air. It was a dazzling sight. His Immortal Killer move was not ordinary. As Red Date Immortal Essence was expended, the light blue wave turned azure blue. The wave was vast. It was 3 times larger than before. Under the control of the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal, the wave turned into a huge whirlpool. The swamp crab was at the center of the blue tide's whirlpool. It could not resist it and was swept away. Swish, swish, swish. The swamp crab's huge and heavy body spun faster and faster in the whirlpool. It was like duckweed. It could not control itself. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal suddenly clenched his fists. The countless finger shadows in the air dissipated. The waves suddenly surged up, forming a tsunami. Boom! With a loud sound, the tsunami formed from tens of thousands of tons of water slammed onto the swamp crab's back. The swamp crab's shell was very hard. But after being hit by this tsunami, a huge part of its shell caved in. The swamp crab did not move. It fainted on the spot. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal laughed heartily. He opened his right hand and raised his index finger from bottom to top. Immediately, the waves that calmed down surged up like a fountain. The swamp crab's huge body slowly flew into the sky, towards the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. The goo immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and stored this swamp crab inside. Immortal! It's an immortal! Thank you, Immortal, you saved the lives of our village. This immortal even defeated the crab demon in the mountain. Such a huge battle scene had already shocked the mortals in the mountain village. Only after the battle ended did they react. They shouted in joy or bowed down in worship. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal closed his immortal aperture's entrance and looked at the people below with an indifferent gaze. He smiled lightly. It turned out that when he fought with the swamp crab, he had split a portion of his mind to manipulate the waves and sweep away all the falling mud and rocks. As expected of the famous water path goo immortal of Central Continent, Mu Ling Lan. At this time, a voice came from the clouds in the sky. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal Mu Ling Lan's 10 fingers moved as he collected all the overflowing water. Next, he flew into the sky and saw another goo immortal. This immortal wore a white robe. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. He had a tall nose bridge and a righteous aura, giving off an inviolable aura. Mu Ling Lan smiled and bowed. So it is Senior Shirgu. Mu Ling Lan added, Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has the most immortal goo houses. 4. It's reasonable for the Heavenly Lotus sect to send one here. Shi Zhengyi asked in confusion. Heavenly Lotus sect has Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, and Heavenly Pool. Why is there a fourth Immortal Gu house? Mu Linglan smiled. Little E, you might not know, but recently, Heavenly Lotus sect has already created a fourth Immortal Gu house. It is just that they are keeping it a secret. Shi Zhengyi nodded, thinking. Senior Mu Linglan comes from Spirit Butterfly Valley. This sect is most proficient in information path methods. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Just Heavenly Lotus sect alone has 4 Immortal Gu houses. This is truly scary. They were outstanding and easy to control. The number of Gu worms used were few, and the activation steps were also very simple. Alright, next, it is time to train your healing methods. You will suffer some injuries, but don't worry, don't panic. As long as you perform normally and use the Immortal Killer move, you will recover. The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation said. Zhao Lianyun nodded, looking at the crows around her gradually vanishing. Her brows were shrouded in worry and anxiety. She could not help but ask, I have already trained for over half a year in this Gu formation. When can I set off to Northern Plains and carry out the rescue mission? The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation consoled. Don't worry, this Gu formation is a time path Gu formation. 1 day in the outside world is 1 year in here. But your time is still very tight. Battles between Gu Immortals are not just training. All sorts of unexpected situations will occur in real battles. Then give me real battle training. Zhao Lianyun shouted. This super time path Gu formation was set up in Spirit Affinity House. But every scene was observed by the Celestial Court at all times. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle watched as Zhao Lianyun started real battle training. A worried expression appeared on her face. Lord Duke Long, do you really think such training will allow Zhao Lianyun to enter the battlefield? It is too rushed. Zhao Lianyun's battle strength cannot be counted on. Even though he consumed half a kilogram of true dragon heavenly water, it only pulled Duke Long back from the brink of death. He was still old and extremely weak. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged in front of Fairy Myrtle. A chessboard was between them. This chessboard had a great origin. It was the Immortal Gu House Star Constellation chessboard personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was most proficient in Wisdom Path deductions. It was known as the number 1 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu House. Fairy Myrtle was not qualified. After Duke Long woke up, he immediately took out this legendary Immortal Gu House from Celestial Court's treasury and gave it to Fairy Myrtle to use. This caused Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability to rise to a terrifying level. Hearing Fairy Myrtle's doubt, Duke Long smiled. Zhao Lianyun cannot be counted on. I am not counting on her. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. So Lord Duke Long values Love Immortal Gu. That's right. Duke Long nodded. Love Immortal Gu is very unique. Even among all rank 9 Immortal Gu, it is extremely unique. Ordinary Immortal Gu have a single effect and consumption. But Love Gu is different. It can unleash all sorts of abilities and expend more than just immortal essence. More importantly, the power of love can go against fate and fate. Resist fate and luck? Fairy Myrtle muttered in shock. That's right, love can resist fate to a certain extent. After that, if we have a chance, we can gather his heaven and earth luck and self-luck, and obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal and other luck path Immortal Gu. Fate Gu will also be repaired, then Celestial Court will definitely stand proudly in heaven and earth. If we have a chance, we can fuse luck path Immortal Gu and Fate Gu together, and even refine the legendary rank 10 Immortal Gu destiny. By then, Celestial Court will definitely comprehend the complete profundity of providence. We will act on behalf of heaven and become the eternal ruler of the universe. Duke Long's tone was low, but towards the end, his eyes shined with a fanatical light. Rank 10 Immortal Gu? Even a Gu Immortal at Fairy Myrtle's level could not help but be tongue-tied after hearing such a secret. Is there really a rank 10 realm above rank 9? Fairy Myrtle asked with uncertainty. Mother, what do you think is the possibility of this? Fairy Bai Qing smiled. This was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's serious and expectant gaze, as a mother, how could she be honest? Thus, she said, there is a possibility, but first, you need to find the person you want to love. Such a person is not your father or mother, nor is he one of your female companions. Wait a moment, we can still talk. Before Wuxia finished speaking, the Gu formation activated. Snow flew, countless ice spears pierced through the air. The four immortals had to deal with them quickly. Yitian Mountain ruins. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it did not matter. Fang Yuan had plenty of guts Gu. Luck Path Master. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He found that his luck path attainment level had risen to master level. The luck path dream realm earlier had already been completely explored by him. His usage of Unravel Dream was completely exhausted, but his gains were even greater. His luck path attainment level that was extremely ordinary had risen to master level. He immediately felt a different feeling. This feeling was very mystical. It could not be described with words. If my luck path attainment reaches Grandmaster level, I might be able to exchange for the self-luck true inheritance that Land Spirit of Langya has. I would be able to use it very well. My strength would rise greatly. But for now, I feel that I can use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and Luck together to greatly increase the power of the Immortal Killer Move Chi Luck sensation. Right now, in the Gu Master world, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left in the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason for not choosing White Heaven was simple. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment. It could conceal the traces of the 3 immortal Gu houses to a certain extent. This way, the Central Continent Gu Immortals could maintain their advantage in sneak attacks. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing smiled. This is a grudge between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. The 4 of you should just die obediently. Wuxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I know, you want to obtain that rotation Gu in his hands? Right, that's right, you used the humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method and turned into a dragon lady. If you want to turn into a male, you need to find the source. I have it. I have the Gu worm you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time, the Super Gu formation attacking Wuxia showed signs of slowing down. Did you guys feel it? Wei Ling Yang transmitted at this time. That's right. This trip to Black Heaven was very smooth. I have never encountered such a situation while exploring Black Heaven. Bai Chen Tian sighed. Myriad Tidal Dragon continued. I'm afraid that in this trip to save Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun's presence has affected our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens are moving freely, there are no rules, even Providence cannot interfere with this. Whatever we encounter depends on our luck. Wei Lingyang nodded. I think so too. From time to time, 1 or 2 huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere. It was like a malicious giant that played with wind sweeping building like a toy. Inside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals did not say anything. They focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many goo immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyun's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation. The situation was terrible. Even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyun would not be surprised. Hongyun, Hongyun. She chanted Ma Hongyun's name in her mind. Every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyun's heart miraculously calmed down. Hongyun, you once risked your life for me, do you know that? I am risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce, there is danger beyond your imagination, it is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyun's father had already died in battle, she was alone and was forced to marry someone. She could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside. In the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiaoyun, look, there is a meteor shower. Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting. Boring. You brought me here just to show me this? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. What is there to see? Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I also feel that there is nothing to see. But they said that to make a girl happy, you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyun helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking, I am already so old, I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small, I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiaoyun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice, Much better, I am very happy, look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled, he quickly waved his hand, Lady Xiaoyun, don't say that, I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyun stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely. Instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me, I'll let you flirt with girls, I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wronged. Lady Xiaoyun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking. Zhao Lianyun ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyun was covered in sweat. She placed her hands on her waist, looking at Ma Hongyun who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat. She laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking, Lady Xiaoyun is laughing happily. Indeed, watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. But it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyun's lips curled up into a smile. Hongyun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times. It will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyun thought so. At this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1253. Where is this place? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window, showing a surprised expression. But this time, even the well-read and knowledgeable Yuez was unable to answer her. Instead, Bu Zhenzi, who was in charge of protecting Zhao Lianyun, spoke in an uncertain tone. This strange scene, is it spaceless tunnel? The 3 immortal goo houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edgelink Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving forward in a huge tunnel. This tunnel was mainly blue in color. There were long and thin colorful lines that extended along the tunnel. These colorful lines were embedded in the walls of the blue tunnel. They were like dazzling flowers. What is spaceless tunnel? Yuez asked. Bu Zhenzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be very familiar with it, right? Zhao Lianyun was surprised. She did not understand why Bu Zhenzi would say this. Bu Zhenzi sighed, saying, because Spaceless Tunnel is an immortal killer move created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Southern border, Super Goo formation. Inside the dream. Disciple greets master. Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, paying his respects to the female Goo Immortal in front of him. The female Immortal nodded. I am Jing Miao Zi, I cultivate water path. Although you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your luck and comprehension. Only by passing this test can you become my true disciple. Please instruct me, master. Fang Yuan said respectfully. The female Immortal waved her sleeves. The dream realm changed. Fang Yuan stood in front of a dark green pond. This pond water was dark green and had no ripples. It was like a huge piece of jade. The long river is turbulent. It is water. The sea is surging. It is water. And this dark green pond in front of you is also water. Water path is broad and profound. I cultivate the path of calm water. Step into this pond. When you can stand on the water without using goo worms, I will officially take you in as my disciple. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a test. He called out, Master, if I don't use goo worms, I'm no different from a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on the water and not sink? That's your problem. The female Immortal flicked her sleeves and disappeared from Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan frowned and paced around the pond. After a few rounds, he stepped into the green pond. Plop. There was a soft sound. His whole body fell into the water. He quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched and in a sorry state. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a moment before using Unravel Dream. But this time, Unravel Dream, which had always been successful, was useless. There was no change at all. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. So it's useless? Sigh, this is troublesome. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's luck path realm increased. This allowed him to easily raise Qi luck sensation to a higher level. At this point, the whereabouts of Wuxia and the others were exposed. They were in the southern border. After Fang Yuan realized this, he started to make preparations and increase his strength. He even borrowed immortal goo from Wu clan. But he wanted to leave but met with a problem. Once Fang Yuan left, Wu clan had no rank 7 goo immortals in the super goo formation to control the situation. Furthermore, Wu clan was in charge of the immortal opportunity business. It was a huge matter. Without an expert to look after them, if other clans wanted to cause trouble, it would be easy. Even though Wu Yong agreed to help Fang Yuan borrow Wu clan's immortal goo, he did not agree to this matter. Even though Wu clan had many goo immortals and was very strong, they had a huge business, they needed more manpower. They had very few goo immortals, they were lacking in manpower. Some positions were even more difficult to be transferred at a whim. Bearing this in mind, Fang Yuan's interest in this dream realm deepened. Wu clan's transfer order has not been announced yet. The immortal goo I want to borrow, Wu Yong will definitely not let go until he completes the transfer. In that case, I will research this dream realm properly during this period of time. In the next few days, Fang Yuan calmed himself down, he worked hard and entered the dream realm again and again to explore it. Without using goo worms, he had to stand on the water surface. On the surface, this seemed like an unsolvable problem. Because without using goo worms, goo masters were no different from mortals. Of course, this did not include fortune-rivaling heaven or black boar goo, which engraved Dao marks on the goo master's body. There are water path goo worms like water leg goo. They can engrave water path Dao marks on the goo master's feet. It allows the goo master to move freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with passing this dream realm. Not to mention, in this dream realm, he could not use water leg goo. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not use it. Because he knew that this problem did not lie in the content itself, it was in him. As for the method of freezing the water surface and standing on it, that was a small trick. He did not understand the essence of this problem. Just as Jing Miaozi said before, she's testing my comprehension. This realistic dream realm, since Sea Calming Man could pass it, there is no reason I can't. After all, my water path attainment level is already at quasi-grandmaster level. Fang Yuan continued to try. He had already lost count of the number of times he had fallen into the pool. If an ordinary mortal were to fall into this dream, falling into the pool of water once would be enough to shatter the mortal's soul. And if a goo immortal fell into the pool 3 or 4 times, their soul would also weaken to a very low level. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he would fall into the water 17 or 18 times before his soul would weaken to its limit. At this time, Fang Yuan would use Guts Goo to heal himself. Even though Guts Goo was a mortal goo, it came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. It was very effective. With this help, Fang Yuan continued to work hard. He started to feel something. This feeling could not be described with words, it was very mystical. Fang Yuan tried again. When he landed on the surface of the water, with a plop, he once again fell into the dark green water. When he got to the shore, he saw his master, Jing Miaozi, standing beside the pool and looking at him. Jing Miaozi said angrily, "What kind of comprehension ability is this? It is such a simple test, but you can't even pass it now. You are not fit to be my disciple." Fang Yuan, however, smiled. "No, master, I did it. Like you said, I have to stand on the surface of the pool without sinking or falling. I have already done it." Jing Miaozi laughed from anger, pointing at the water all over Fang Yuan. "Then what is this?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is nothing. The pool in my heart has no ripples. I am already standing on it. Looking down, I can see my reflection on the mirror-like water surface." Jing Miaozi's anger and smile slowly vanished. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad, from today onwards, you are my official final disciple." At the next moment, the dream realm vanished. Fang Yuan returned to reality. There is only one scene in this dream realm? Fang Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. Soon, the shock in his eyes turned into joy. "Amazing, my water path attainment has officially reached Grandmaster level." Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment was at quasi-Grandmaster level. He was only a step away from Grandmaster, he was still far from it. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Baixiang Grotto Heaven, they would become clues for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would be able to find Baixiang Grotto Heaven easily. At this moment, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly, Wuxia, you said you have a way to deal with Fang Yuan. We are in Eastern Sea now, we are still traveling. What method do you have? Tell us. Wuxia smiled. To deal with rank 8s, we need rank 8s of the same level. Eastern Sea is not our destination, Northern Plains is. This means that Shadow Sect's remnant forces in Northern Plains actually have rank 8s? Who are you trying to fool? Bai Ningbing transmitted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it at Etian Mountain? Wuxia smiled bitterly. That was because the timing was not right. The timing is right this time? The timing is good. Northern Plains and Central Continent are fighting over fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. We are going to Northern Plains this time. We will go to the center of the vortex, snowy mountain blessed land. We will seize fortune rivaling heaven and use rank 8 battle strength to kill Fang Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Wuxia said this as he smiled, looking behind him. Hey, he is coming. Next, he wreaked havoc in Northern Plains, toppling 88-point Shenyang Tower and destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, he appeared in Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Western Desert, and other places. Finally, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, he snatched away the fruits of Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. It was extremely fast and shocking. He already had rank 7 cultivation level now. During this period, he even used Dream Realms to reach Grandmaster attainment level in 6 paths. The two started fighting on Qing Mao Mountain. They were known as the Black and White Demons. They traveled in Southern Border's mortal world and worked closely together. Now that they met again, they were mortal enemies. All right, I'll take care of you as well. Fang Yuan's killing intent filled his heart. He roared as he let out a dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp. It flashed and traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge, he smiled instead. At the next moment, the sword light dragon breath crashed into a formless wall of light. It was useless. A Gu formation that could trap Wuxia and the others was naturally extraordinary. Gu formation? Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he did not have any good ideas. Formation path. Fang Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even in the 500 years of his previous life. To break a Gu formation path attainment was needed. Or perhaps, wisdom path deductions were possible. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a powerful wisdom path Immortal Gu. It would not be easy for him to deduce the weakness of this Gu formation. The sword dragon circled in the air, not moving forward. Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, waiting for Fang Yuan to attack. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he tried to think of countermeasures. The other party set up the Gu formation in advance. It means that even though they cannot conceal their traces, they already have a method to investigate me. The probing just now shows that this Gu formation is not ordinary. Since they could set up this Gu formation, it means they have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship still has 3 nails. It has only been a while, but Wuxia already has such a method. Fang Yuan did not attack blindly. He could not see through this Gu formation. Unless Fang Yuan was a fool, he would not recklessly charge into the Gu formation. But he could not rule out the possibility that Bai Ningbing and the rest were bluffing. This Gu formation was weak internally. It could defend against attacks from the outside. Thus, what Fang Yuan needed to do next was to probe. While Fang Yuan fought with Wuxia and the rest, in Black Heaven, inside the spaceless tunnel, 3 immortal Gu houses were moving slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel and sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods are truly unimaginable. He has already disappeared for so long, but his immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago is still effective. I would not believe it if I did not see it with my own eyes. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you have woken up, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go. It turned out that the Central Continent Gu Immortals were very meticulous. Even though they could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, they purposely stayed here to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used his immortal killer move earlier to break free. He had fallen asleep. Now that he had woken up, the Central Continent Gu Immortals regained the strength of 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed rose sharply. This was the final part of the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were united. They prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yun, persevere, I am coming. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined. He had a resolute expression. But just as they were about to get past the final part, a change occurred. A huge ghostly face suddenly appeared, blocking the 3 immortal Gu houses, completely blocking the spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were still in shock when the ghostly face opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Amidst the roar, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless space path fragments splattered everywhere, terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They spread like a spider web. Bam! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Gu Immortals found that this mystical tunnel that they were in shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Defend! Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Gu houses to their limits at the same time. However, the 3 immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. They were like small boats in a tsunami. They could not control themselves. At once, the 3 immortal Gu houses that were together were engulfed by the chaotic space path currents. They were separated, each doing their own thing. A huge hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Everything nearby was sucked in by it. Myriad Tidal Dragon's Canary Pavilion did not even last for a few breaths of time before it was devoured by this huge hole, vanishing without a trace. The remaining wind-sweeping building and Edgelink Camp were barely holding on. Edgelink Camp was like a bun that was being sliced apart by the space path cracks. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. Spaceless Tunnel was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods, it was like 2 Demon Venerables working together. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not expect that the spaceless tunnel that they thought was a shortcut would turn into a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven and left behind spaceless tunnel. After that, Giant Sun Immortal failed to refine love. He left behind all sorts of methods. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have seen through the former's scheme, or for some other reason he also left behind an immortal killer move here. Duke Long did not know about the Venerable's secrets. No matter how good Fairy Myrtle was at deductions, she could not deduce such a thing. Chapter 1256. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Gu Immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female Immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female Immortal saw that Zhao Lianyun's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the 5 of you did not mean to barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" What? Zhao Lianyun looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone. There were 4 Gu Immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Lianyun had just become a Gu Immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Gu Immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Zhenzi. He was the supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House. A rank 7 Gu Immortal, he was ordered to protect Zhao Lianyun. Yu this young and beautiful Gu Immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Lianyun earlier. Although Zhao Lianyun did not speak to Shi, she had seen his father, Shi. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Lianyun did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Gu Immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. I also find it strange. Space suddenly shattered and threw out the 5 of you. The female immortal spoke with a plain tone. You barged into snowy mountain blessed land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts. Snowy mountain blessed land. This is snowy mountain blessed land? Shi shouted, looking at the outside world through the window of the hall. It was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Shi found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The central continent Gu Immortals quickly reacted. Bu Zhenzi quickly ran to Zhao Lianyun's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Hair Mistress. The blessed land of the Great Snow Mountain. Hong Yun is here. Zhao Lianyun's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. So you really came for Ma Hong Yun? That's right, hand over Ma Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun shouted. Hair Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hong Yun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and Old Ancestor Shui who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shi clenched his fist and shouted. Even if I die here, I will save Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. The 5 of us are only the vanguard. There are still rank 8 Gu Immortals behind us. Your snowy mountain blessed land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. Mu Linglan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval Gu Immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Lianyun's group of 5. Bu Zhenzi cultivated Phantom Path. It was normal for him to be able to turn Phantom by himself. But he could actually make others turn Phantom, and even affect them after turning Phantom. That was not normal. Phantom Path Gu Immortals were rare to begin with, and Bu Zhenzi was definitely an outstanding talent among them. Because of his methods, Spirit Affinity House believed that he alone could protect Zhao Lianyun very well. After Bu Zhenzi saved Zhao Lianyun, he did the same thing and saved the other 3 from the hair cocoon. 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals began to attack Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress fought against 5 alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. The green hair coiled around her body, sometimes dancing like a snake, sometimes standing upright like a wall, dissolving the 5 Gu Immortals' attacks one by one. She clearly only has rank 6 cultivation, but she actually has rank 7 battle strength. I also discovered that there are traces of a Super Gu formation operating in the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Get out of the way, let me do it. Mu Linglan pushed aside the 4 immortals and activated an immortal killer move. With a wolf howl, 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress's hair wall was broken through 5 times in a row. It could not block the water wolves' charge. She quickly flew up and broke through the roof of the hall, charging into the sky. The 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals all had the ability to fly. They immediately charged forward. Hair Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was quite high, Zhao Lianyun's side had the advantage in numbers. Hair Mistress gradually defended more and attacked less. Most of the green hair was broken, and the rest formed into a ball, protecting her body. This Immortal Killer move is really amazing. It can actually release strength. The Immortal Killer moves we used were absorbed by it and then spat out to deal with us. Even my Snake Wave Pierce heart cannot penetrate this ball. Mu Ling Lan's expression was solemn. Bu Zhenzi suddenly transmitted to Mu Ling Lan. Mu Ling Lan's mind shook. Then let's do it again. He prepared for a while before suddenly stretching out his right index finger, pointing at the huge green hair ball that was constantly rotating. At the next moment, an agile water snake that was half a foot long flew out from the tip of his index finger. The small snake was completely condensed from water. It was vivid and lifelike, and its whole body was dark blue in color. The water snake was originally extremely fast, but under Mu Ling Lan's control, it flew slowly on purpose. At this time, Bu Zhenzi suddenly used an Immortal Killer move. The water snake turned from solid to phantom, easily passing through the ball and arriving in front of Hair Mistress. So it was you who took action and protected us. Mu Ling Lan, Yi Yizi, and Shi Zhengyi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Lianyun, however, had no control over herself at this moment. Her eyes rolled back and her feet rose a foot above the ground. Her whole body floated up, her head was slightly tilted back, and her throat was making gurgling sounds. Don't disturb her, this is love activating. Bu Zhenzi quickly said. Love. Spirit Affinity House's signature Immortal Goo was actually brought over by Zhao Lianyun. The other 3 immortals were extremely shocked. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly and explained to them. A moment later, Zhao Lianyun woke up. I already know all the secrets of this Goo formation. The 4 immortals were overjoyed. This was the effect of love Goo earlier? Mu Ling Lan stared with wide eyes. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Quickly tell us. Bu Zhenzi urged. No wonder when we killed Ji, her body and immortal aperture quickly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Even though Ji Ye's soul escaped, it is likely that her soul has already dissipated in this formation. To think that Sun Ming Lu could actually create such an extreme Goo formation? The strength of this formation is hard to match even among the 10 great ancient sections. Sun Ming Lu is publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. It is rumored that he has an unyielding nature and values relationships greatly. He does not associate with the demonic path. Back then, old ancestor Shui who had to disregard his status and invite him 3 times and 4 times, but he did not yield. In the end, it was because old ancestor Shui who was doing this for his beloved wife, Lady Wanshou, that he was moved and helped Lady Wanshou create the refinement path Goo formation. Now it seems that to be able to create such a vicious refinement path Goo formation, Sun Ming Lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Goo Immortals discussed. That means to say, as long as we leave this snowy peak, we will be forced to separate and fight alone? Bu Zhenzi asked. Zhao Lianyun nodded. That should be the case. We came here because of the power of Love Immortal Goo. Love Immortal Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. Its power surpassed the entire Super Goo formation, thus, the 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals all came to the 9th snowy peak. But now, Love Immortal Goo was useless. Once the 5 of them stepped out of this snowy peak, they would be taken away by the Goo formation and be separated. Bu Zhenzi frowned tightly. This was bad news. He was protecting Zhao Lianyun and protecting Zhao Lianyun, that was also protecting Love Immortal Goo. But now, this Super Goo formation would separate them. It was truly difficult. How about this, Fairy Lianyun, enter my immortal aperture? I don't believe this Super Goo formation can affect the immortal aperture. Bu Zhenzi hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was their clan's greatest secret. They would normally not let outsiders in. But Bu Zhenzi thought of the importance of this matter. He decided to make a sacrifice and let Zhao Lianyun in. Between the two of them, this was the only way. Because Zhao Lianyun's was not a true immortal aperture, but a phantom aperture. The Celestial Court's phantom aperture had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, Gu worms, and wills. It could not be nurtured like a normal immortal aperture. Every once in a while, it needed to be replenished, otherwise, it would not last long. The advantage was that it could store immortal Gu of any rank. Like now, Zhao Lianyun could directly store Love Immortal Gu. He did not have to worry about this rank 9 Immortal Gu bursting his immortal aperture. But after trying it, the Central Continent Gu Immortals found that they could not even open the entrance of their immortal aperture. I can use a rank 8 Gu Immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Wuxia finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered northern plains? This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Wuxia expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Wuxia and the others. How could Fang Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation, otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only target. But if it was real, hee. Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Shi Zhengyi paced around the hall. He could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yuez sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Shi Zhengyi shouted, "I have already rested well. Sigh, how long do we have to wait?" "Wait until the Central Continent Gu Immortals come." Bu Zhenzi said. "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyun frowned. She was also getting impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyun's situation was even more serious. It was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhenzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time, Zhao Lianyun transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu Immortals died inside? How can that be?" Shi Zhengyi was the first to refute. His expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyun contained some anger. Because his father, Shi Gu, was among these Gu Immortals. Zhao Lianyun's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyun did not care about Shi Zhengyi's attitude and continued to transmit, "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power." But the other Gu Immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu Immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for? The other Gu Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts, they just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Zhenzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu Immortals." Zhao Lianyun continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come?" All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again without worry? Bu Zhenzi stared at Zhao Lianyun's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect, Zhao Lianyun. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust?" Zhao Lianyun was keenly aware of Bu Zhenzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued, "Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on Earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent." Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun heaved a sigh of relief. "In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't." Bu Zhenzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyun stared at each other, neither side backing down. They both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyun's eyes soon turned misty. She took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. "If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that?" In fact, Zhao Lianyun was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shui Hu and used as a goo material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, then this would be Zhao Lianyun's life's regret. The dragon breath was extremely sharp, shooting out like sword phantoms, gathering into a rain of sword phantoms. After penetrating the stone wall, it did not lose momentum as it stabbed towards the 5 immortals. He Lulan shouted loudly, spitting out many small flame birds from her mouth. These small birds were intelligent. They directly sought out Feng Yuan's dragon breath. The small flame birds smashed the dragon breath, turning into lumps of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry birds? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method. He did not expect He Lulan to actually use it. The appearance of this small flame bird made Feng Yuan involuntarily think of blazing heaven demoness. Back in the Battle of Eastern Sea, even when Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing worked together with Shark Demon, Su Baiman and his wife, and even One Finger Flow Shark, they could not defeat Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal killer move, Angry Birds, left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. But the small flame birds that He Lulan used were similar to the real Angry Birds. It turned out that after He Lulan's Strength Path Immortal Goo was sold to Feng Yuan, she did not have any Strength Path Immortal Goo to support her battle strength in Eastern Sea. She chose to cultivate Fire Path to prevent her Strength Path Dao marks from being taken away. She had a Fire Path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness met He Lulan, she secretly passed her Fire Path inheritance to He Lulan. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt very guilty towards He Lulan. She tried to make it up to her. Originally, He Lulan did not care about the Fire Path inheritance. She felt that she would not be able to use it in her life. But to think that fate was so mystical and out of her expectations, under a series of coincidences, she ended up walking on the path of Fire Path. Of course, she did not have a single Fire Path Dao mark on her body. However, she had all of Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo. This matter had to be traced back to before the Battle of Etian Mountain. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to abandon the whole of Zombie Alliance. He used countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to speed up the goo refinement. When Zombie Alliance was first established, it was a subordinate of Shadow Sect. It was controlled by Shadow Sect. But many immortal zombies, even though they joined Zombie Alliance, they did not know this truth. Back then, Zombie Alliance was building a super goo formation to protect the immortal zombie corpses. In fact, this was a perfect excuse to keep them alive. Using this chance, Shadow Sect killed all of the immortal zombies who were involved in the goo refinement. The immortal zombies did not have dead apertures, but the immortal goo on the immortal zombies were kept safe. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal goo were all hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Wuxia, Heilulon, and the rest were far away in Eastern Sea, but at that time, Northern Plains still had Sixth Hair, a member of Shadow Sect. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden deep in Earth Trench. Sixth Hair sneaked in and used his methods to retrieve Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal goo, sending them to Wuxia. After Wuxia refined them, he gave them to Heilulon. Thus, Heilulon had Blazing Heaven Demoness' true inheritance and her immortal goo. She could replicate almost all of Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. Fang Yuan did not know about this earlier, but now that he saw these firebirds, he fell into deep thought. It opened its mouth and the sword-light dragon breath pierced through the third ancient soul beast. Fang Yuan's sword dragon form had great battle strength, and most importantly, Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. This made it so that none of the soul beasts could sense his presence. Thus, Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts could not sense Fang Yuan's presence. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage against the soul beasts. These three soul beasts were in a daze, they could not react and were heavily injured by Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts did not have any obvious weak points, otherwise, Fang Yuan would have already finished them off in a few moves. But even so, the soul beasts' bodies became thinner and more transparent. Even though Wuxia's expression was ugly, he watched as Fang Yuan's three ancient soul beasts did not attack again. Wuxia thought to himself, it doesn't matter. Even if you kill these three ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use my killer move again and summon three more ancient soul beasts. What is the most abundant in the door of life and death? Without a doubt, they are souls and soul beasts. But right at this time, Fang Yuan gave up on fighting the ancient soul beasts. He activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's speed burst out. He left behind an afterimage on the spot. Quick. Tai Bai Yunxing could not react in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's claw. The protective cloud ring broke apart. Tai Bai Yunxing's stomach was split open by the dragon claw. His intestines turned into mush. He did not die? Fang Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use Dragon Breath. After all, Sword Light Dragon Breath was the strongest weapon of the Sword Dragon. But at the crucial moment, a layer of ice appeared on his dragon mouth. Fang Yuan could not open his mouth, he could only use his dragon claw. But it was too fast and rushed. Fang Yuan did not use his full strength, and Tai Bai Yunxing's protective cloud ring blocked most of its power. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing managed to survive. It's Bai Ning Bing! Fang Yuan exerted strength, he forcefully opened his dragon mouth and broke the layer of ice sealing it. Fang Yuan turned around to look. His speed was too fast, he was already several li away from the five immortals. At this time, Bai Ning Bing was already in front of the four immortals. Her icy blue eyes shined with a cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan fearlessly. Quick! Heilulon grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's leg, pulling him to the back. Next, she bent down and used healing methods. But Tai Bai Yunxing's injuries were too severe, his injuries showed no signs of healing. Once a Goo Immortal was injured, it was troublesome. Dao Mark Rejection. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation would leave behind a large number of sword path Dao marks once he was injured. This was unbearable for Tai Bai Yunxing's fragile body. Sigh, if I had man as before, it would not be so troublesome. Saying this, Tai Bai Yunsheng fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. This was the result of He Lulan trying her best to save him. Damned Fang Yuan, his true objective was to kill Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ying Wuxia's expression was dark. He had fallen for Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan appeared to be fighting with the soul beasts, but he had been looking for an opportunity since the start of the battle. He had probably targeted Tai Bai Yunsheng long ago. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the 5 immortals. One had to pick the weakest one. I can't count on Tai Bai Yunsheng anymore. Ying Wuxia's expression was grim. How long had it been since the battle started? They had already lost a member. How would they deal with the powerful and ferocious Fang Yuan? Right at this time, Fang Yuan gasped inwardly, feeling something amiss. Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished. Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient. And man as before has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and strength path, myriad self method. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Large numbers of Fang Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Ying Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh blood fire? He Lulan was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's counterattack was too fast. It was still so powerful. He Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. He Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state, then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period. Only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh blood fire. Fang Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan, and by Ningbing, He Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, He Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Fang Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence. But Fang Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Ying Wuxia opened his mouth and roared. Countless Fang Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, Thorny Forest. Xianxia stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Fang Yuan's shadows. Then, Xianxia let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Fang Yuan's myriad self-army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xianxia could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Ying Wuxia and the rest last until now? You're next. Fang Yuan transformed back into his sword WM form and laughed malevolently in his heart. At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fang Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, The ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Wuxia's side was on guard. Its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Fang Yuan. This could not compare to Wuxia's soul beast summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Fang Yuan activated this killer move again. This time, he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon one year beast each time. But there were many year beasts in the river of time, and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Fang Yuan when he was rank 6. Their battle strength was extraordinary. They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites. They had excellent temperaments, they cooperated with each other, they also had the support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources, and most importantly, they had endless methods. They were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yi Lui Kun Xing battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves. Some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Fang Yuan fought 1 against 5. He had the upper hand. Wuxia and the rest were busy dealing with him. They could not turn the situation around. Damn it, he has not used that move even now. Wuxia thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Wuxia wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon, green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it. I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly. I have suffered backlash in this regional wall. Even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state. The others are in an even worse state. Wuxia looked at his companions. They were all pale. They were in a terrible state. Fang Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Fang Yuan. They had to use immortal killer moves frequently. The damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have Shadow Sect's remaining resources. It is normal for our battle strength to rise. Fang Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Wuxia thought, the more he was wary of Fang Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Wuxia started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fang Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang activate. Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Wuxia was immediately overjoyed. He looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. Her feet were bare. Frost energy was flowing around her. It was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe. She was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. Fang Yuan, come and fight. Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out. She was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance. She had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils shrunk. He did not dodge. He directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fang Yuan. They were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fang Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fang Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. Fang Yuan was not willing to let Wuxia and the rest escape from under his nose. He immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The four immortals were entangled by Fang Yuan. It was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall. With Fang Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Be careful! A familiar voice came from behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have time to react. He only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fang Yuan's head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life, thank you. Fang Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away. He immediately reacted. Earlier, he was almost hit by a falling boulder. Thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. Lad, don't fight, protect yourself, Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard. Someone come, protect young master. Unknowingly, 2 rank 3 demonic path Gu masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fang Yuan. The young master was in dire straits. Danger was everywhere. The righteous path Gu masters were on tenterhooks. You stay here, I'll go support you, the bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either. The Dream Realm's attack greatly affected his performance. He could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Wuxia and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fang Yuan was getting less and less affected by the Dream Realm. Meanwhile, Wuxia and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. You guys leave, I will deal with him. At the crucial moment, Shirnu stood up. Immortal killer move, earth sealing border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fang Yuan wanted to retreat, but the Dream Realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fang Yuan breathed out dragon breath. The sword-light dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Gu Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu sect and Baizu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huang Jin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members. They all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyun left the 12th Snowy Peak, he arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Gu Immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes. He was bald and had an ordinary face. He was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yu Yizi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood. His injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yu Yizi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Gu Immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yu Yizi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyun upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of goo worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyun's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago, he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainiu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Lianyun activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyun to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyun's head, at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh, 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 countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small. They were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook. He subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged. He moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless. He did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yu Yizi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not reply. She silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first 2 killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first 2. During normal training, Zhao Lianyun only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe. Similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear, activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyun's hands, praising, "This spear is amazing, its temperature and radiance are both reserved. Once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage." At this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now?" Only then did Zhao Lianyun feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly, she had started to bleed. "This is..." Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk to pin size, her body shuddered. "This is my killer move, blood overflow." Zhao Pu laughed heartily. "Impossible?" Clearly. Zhao Lianyun was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth. Her white teeth were dyed red. "Haha, you want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the Immortal Killer move? Actually, I have already activated it, I just changed the method." Zhao Pu laughed. "Don't tell me, this is the rumored split move method?" Yu Yizi's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him. "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable." Goo worm nurturing, using, and refining, these three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of goo refinement, there were all kinds of goo refinement methods. In terms of using goo, it was naturally the same. When it came to immortal killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demonis combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of Fire Path Immortal Killer moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Feng Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of Strength Path Phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Feng Yuan had myriad self's first move, Strength Path Giant Palm Imprint. This move itself was based on the myriad self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the myriad self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyun would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of blood drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it. So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it. On the surface, he attacked repeatedly but did not break my life-locking silver chain's defense, but in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Lianyun found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Lianyun's vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. She could not help but think of Yu Yizi's appearance. I was still hit in the end. If this continues, Won't I end up like Yu Yizi? So crafty. Zhao Lianyun's mind was in turmoil. He threw the golden sun spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The moment Zhao Lianyun shrugged, he had already started to move. The golden sun spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The golden sun spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this sun sphere disappeared. Such power if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were already hit. Sigh. Yu Yizi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Lianyun's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was somewhat dejected. Her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience. Her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at her companion. Yu Yizi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? As long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself, what effect did it have? But I'm still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo. I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected. She laughed loudly. The battle is already decided. Do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yu Yizi sneered. I indeed cannot heal my injuries. I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly, as long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly. He sized up Yu Yizi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yu Yizi was an extremely talented refinement path Gu Immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep. Even rank 7 Gu Immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yu Yizi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close. They could coordinate with each other. There was not much immortal essence left in the phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would directly consume her remaining lifespan. Thus, she chose to walk down the snowy peak. Thus, under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she went to a snowy peak alone. There was still a hall on the peak. It had a quiet atmosphere. There was an intense battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked into the hall, and soon found that the hall was in ruins. There were traces of an intense battle everywhere. It's you, Fairy Lianyun? A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that this was the voice of that water path Gu Immortal, Mu Ling Lan. This is the 8th peak of snowy mountain blessed land. I had an intense battle with the peak lord, Xiao Fei Fei, and now we are both heavily injured. Now, let's hide and recuperate as much as we can. You need to be careful, don't fall for her trap. She has an immortal killer move that can cause people to continuously lose their memories. The moment he said that, a mystical light flew out and hit Zhao Lianyun's forehead. Oh no! Mu Linglan quickly shouted, every time you forget, the relevant memories will appear in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend, don't use any immortal killer moves, that will be even more dangerous. Once you forget the immortal killer move's memories, you will suffer from the backlash of the immortal killer move. Persevere, wait for me to heal, I will have the strength to fight. Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and activated her immortal goo to protect herself, waiting for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun felt uneasy. She knew her own situation. She had just become a goo immortal not long ago. Most of her battle experience came from the special training period. If she lost her memories during this period, it would be an extremely huge loss to her. Memories started to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. To think that we could still be alive, Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hongyun carried Zhao Lianyun and spun around on the spot. Ha! Put me down, you idiot! You big idiot! Zhao Lianyun shouted. Inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are really lucky, you can actually become Chang tribe's son-in-law. Ha! Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder. Ma Hongyun chuckled, scratching his head. Lady Xiao Yun, don't worry. You have helped me so much, I will not mistreat you. Zhao Lianyun acknowledged loudly and nodded. Then I will rely on you from now on. She felt strange inwardly. Why do I feel a sense of loss and bitterness? Inside 88-point Xinyang Tower. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You really have guts, you really have guts. But it is a pity that you met me. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path goo worm to transmit information. Lady Wan Shou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree, with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. Come, let's set an alliance agreement. The mysterious goo Immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wan Shou's mind. She immediately responded, May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? That goo worm quickly transmitted, it seems that Lady Wan Shou is very sincere towards old ancestor Xuehu. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you, we only need Lady Wan Shou to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in. Lady Wan Shou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 goo immortals appeared in front of Lady Wan Shou. They were Wuxia and the others. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing. Lady Wan Shou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it, 88-point Xinyang Tower had collapsed, the culprits were being chased everywhere, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had become famous, along with Fong Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wan Shou was very surprised. After all, some time ago, the huge super force He tribe had taken the blame for He Lulan. They were besieged by the Huangjin tribes and were eventually annexed by Bai Zhu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Wuxia, Lady Wanshou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 Gu Immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Wuxia. I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy? Lady Wanshou asked. Wuxia laughed heartily, speaking with composure. Lady Wanshou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestor Shui Hu's help. But we have no ill intentions, we have a common enemy, that is these Central Continent Gu Immortals. We are excellent allies. At this moment, you let us in, it shows that you still remember your old relationship, you understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved. What immortal material? Give it to me. Lady Wanshou spread out her hands. But Wuxia shook his head, smiling bitterly. This immortal material is in your immortal aperture. Oh. Chapter 1275. Shui Hu, take this. Wei Ling Yang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Shui Hu with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted lightly. He raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Shui Hu opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Ling Yang like flying axes. Wei Ling Yang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome, he had already suffered from them, and most importantly, he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Ling Yang could only fly into the Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Ling Yang, landing on Edge Link camp one after another. Edge Link camp shook intensely, large amounts of icy air spread out, many of the mortal goo that formed the Immortal Gu House were frozen to death. Quick, repair the Immortal Gu House. Someone is injured, heal him. Activate the Immortal Gu House. Use offense as defense. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu House were in chaos. Wei Ling Yang breathed roughly, his right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Ling Yang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Shui Hu had countless methods, they were either powerful or sinister, they were hard to defend against. Wei Ling Yang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Shui Hu's move, he suffered a loss. Wei Ling Yang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Chen Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal, my right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the Central Continent Gu Immortals, he is facing Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to Central Continent. Wei Ling Yang's eyes flickered. Central Continent's Gu Immortals naturally came prepared, even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier, Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu Immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Dealing with the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into 2, as the decision-maker, Wei Ling Yang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly, the Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp shook continuously, it was forced to retreat. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals were elites among Rank 8s. To be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old ancestor Shui Hu was publicly recognized as the strongest Rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with old ancestor Shui Hu, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the immortal goo house to control the situation. I will go outside to distract old ancestor Shuehu. Bai Chen Tian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet. He reminded Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian flew out of Edge Link Camp. He quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Chen Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp would not be obstructed. It could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyun, or maybe Ma Hongyun. Old ancestor Shui who was strong, but he could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old ancestor Shui who had already seen through Central Continent's tactic, he activated an immortal killer move. Countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge. They were like mounds of earth. Bang, bang, bang. They fell down, and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were even ancient desolate beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old ancestor Shui who suddenly breathed in deeply. 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard. They could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Chen Tian was greatly restricted. Amazing! Old ancestor Shui who knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Gu formation, he actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it Bai Chen Tian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely. Their understanding of paths was already close to Dao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment, he also charged out of Edge Link Camp, entering the Gu formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old ancestor Shui whose expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and an Immortal Gu House at the same time. He was in a difficult situation. He seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the Immortal Gu House for now. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals were experts, and most importantly, old ancestor Shui who had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals could not destroy this formation, but rank 8 Gu Immortals were different. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness. They gradually turned the situation around. They had the initiative. Inside the Immortal Gu House, Edge Link Camp, there were a group of rank 7 Gu Immortals. They did not seek to make any mistakes. They were like a tortoise shell, old ancestor Shui who could not kill them easily. Bam bam bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Chen Tian's and Wei Lingyang's attacks had escaped old ancestor Shui whose obstruction and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great. Chapter 1276. The Miniman Gu Immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand." Thereupon, his body started to expand. Soon, he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu Immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance. He even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair. It was messy and fluffy, like a beggar. Pluck. Tai Bai Yunxing's face was covered in tears. He knelt down on both knees. His body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master! So it is you. I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. Even though my sex plan succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this. To stall for time, Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin. But we have not lost all hope yet. Wuxia, you did well, it has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunsheng, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Xue Hu and make these Central Continent Gu Immortals stay. The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu Immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate, his body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Xue Hu. May I know your name? Old ancestor Xue Hu was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sex Group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Xue Hu was excited. I have many names, but... The purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. Xue Hu, you can call me Zishan Makoto. Immediately, old ancestor Xue Hu and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the two Central Continent rank 8s and Edge Link camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Xue Hu. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Makoto. Even though Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards northern plains. After a dozen rounds, the two of them were actually forced to retreat to Edgelink camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestor Xue Hu and Zishan Makoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu Immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioga fight in Luopa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Qi Lux Sensation told Fang Yuan that Wuxia and the rest were inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were not far away. Fang Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. Chapter 1285. Mu Ling Lan. Behind old ancestor Shui Hu, Wei Ling shouted angrily. Mu Ling Lan had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and moved faster than Zhao Lianyun, pushing the frail Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. Live well. Saying this, he turned around and hugged old ancestor Shui Hu's waist. Old ancestor Shui Hu struggled, but he could not move forward. He was washed away by the reverse flow river. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's crisis was resolved for now. Quick, leave. Ma Hongyun held onto Zhao Lianyun. His heart was pounding. Damn you! Old ancestor Shui Hu hated Mu Ling Lan to the core. He kicked Mu Ling Lan's chest with his knees. His Dao marks naturally surpassed Mu Ling Lan by countless times. Mu Ling Lan was only rank 7, how could he be his match? Soon, his bones broke, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the surrounding river red. After more than 10 breaths of time, Mu Ling Lan could not hold on any longer, he stopped breathing and died. Seeing their comrade die in front of them, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were furious. Mu Ling Lan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice, the Celestial Court will remember it. Wei Ling shouted as he pounced towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was entangled by Mu Ling Lan. He had already fallen to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious Central Continent Gu Immortals. Shui Hu! Lady Wan Shou was worried about her husband's safety. She rushed back to help him. Both sides fought and flowed downstream. They soon collided with Wuxia and the rest in the fourth group. At this moment, a large number of Gu Immortals were fighting in the river. The scene was very chaotic. Bai Qin Tian and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. They were grand Gu Immortals, but now they had lost all their poise. They were fighting in the water like mortals fighting each other. But it was too late for Bai Qin Tian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings red. Many Gu Immortal corpses flowed downstream. Wuxia. Fang Yuan joined the battle. He had finally arrived. Where is my lord? Wuxia finally found old ancestor Shui Hu in the chaotic battle and asked loudly. Still upstream. Old ancestor Shui Hu answered. As it turned out, while old ancestor Shui Hu and Mu Ling Lan were entangled, Zishan Makoto went upstream alone, planning to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun alive. Precisely so, old ancestor Shui Hu was willing to fight with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemy. Having received the answer, Wuxia whistled and led He Lulan and the others away from the battle, rushing toward Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan roared, Wuxia, where are you going? Wuxia sighed and shouted, where is Tai Bai Yunxing? You guys go. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately responded. With an expression that said he was unafraid of death, he pounced on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was blocked. Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were heavy and powerful. Soon, Tai Bai Yunxing's bones and tendons were broken. But Tai Bai Yunxing was already determined to die. He tightly clung onto Fang Yuan and hugged him tightly, even using his teeth to bite and headbutt. Fang Yuan could not break free at this moment. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with ruthlessness. His 2 fingers pierced Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes mercilessly. Tai Bai Yunxing was heavily injured. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to attack again. Tai Bai Yunxing finally stopped moving. He was motionless. He was dead. Fang Yuan shook off Tai Bai Yunxing's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Wuxia.